This time. In 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, Captain Vittles, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. $120. We get a torch, and if we can slip by this guy, we will get a magic key as well. Hoping for Erdrick's sword. I would take the sword or the armor here. I think either is a pretty good start overall. Guess technically the sword would be slightly better in terms of it's better to be able to kill things than to survive hits. But we got nothing. We got a torch, $120, and magic key there. So I'm gonna have to go really slowly through there. We got the dreaded NPC slowdown. Too many sprites on the screen at once. Dragon scale on. Dragon scale off. Gotta wonder what people think about this supply of slightly used dragon scales at the shops. Feels like it would just drive the prices down, but it's always 20 gold when I go there. There's my club. And one last thing, of course, the very important clothes. Very inappropriate to fight slimes without pants on. And let's go do it again. So, we're going to back over at our little grind zone. So this is taking advantage of a couple things. First is you want to control what zone you're in so that you're not getting too easy monsters or too hard monsters. I want to get the monsters that, in this case, 80% slime, 20% Draki. Actually, not the best mix for level 2, but a really good mix for level 3. And then you want to have a good tile type, and that's where the mountains come in. Desert is the best tile type. Same encounter rate as mountains, but it doesn't slow you down. You can see that. There's this little hitch every step that I take, where it's kind of like slightly pauses when walking on a mountain, and that does not exist on deserts. So deserts will give you the same encounter rate for the step, but not slow you down that very slight amount as you're crossing to the other side of it. So those are the preferred tiles if I can get them. Sadly, no deserts in this particular zone. A really useless excellent move. That's our first excellent move tonight. Like 55 minutes into the gameplay. Hour and 5 into the stream. That's our first excellent move. I am shocked. Also shocked that we're getting really crushed by these guys. I've got 2 more experience to go. I'm already at 8 hit points. This is where I want to be already at level 2 at. We'll see if we can pull it out. That difference in 2 hit points may not sound like a ton. Now it's going to be 3 hit points. That's a lot when you're cutting it as close as you are in this grind section. 4 hit points now. This might not be finishable. Can definitely get level 2, but whether we can get level 3 or not before running out is going to be the big question. Maybe we'll get some lucky blue slimes in there. Blue slime you have a decent chance of killing without taking any damage, whereas red slime, you're pretty much always going to take at least 1 hit. And against Draki, you're looking at 2 or 3 hits minimum. Where have all the monsters gone? Who has kidnapped the monsters? Alright, I'll probably take 1 more slime battle before using my herb here. It was a 2-point anyway. I don't think I lost anything for getting that 2-point damage on the red slime. So I'm using my herb right away. Now we've got 14 experience to go on 22 hit points. That's not a good ratio. We need to get a little bit of good fortune here to be able to finish this. 12 verse 18 now. Hey Taku, yeah, the walk to Rimuldar after the chest grind did not go well. It's very unusual to have a death there. Because you're basically really well armored up. The things you worry about are the monsters with hurt, and if you can run away fast enough, you don't have a problem with those, or you just use an herb and that hurts, but it's less hurtful than the actual hurt is. However, warlocks, those are the problem because they put you to sleep, and then you have no chance of escaping out of them. We got ambush slept, then we had a run failure, and then we just never woke up from the second sleep. So, like, no real opportunity. Alright, we're looking at 8 versus 12 here. We're definitely cutting it close still. 1.5 is not what I want to see on the ratio there, and it's staying 1.5 instead of improving over time, which is normally what happens. That's what we want to see. A couple blue slimes. 6 XP to go. This tricky stuff. It is rough and tough. We're taking them. 4 XP to go. And if I don't take the Drakey, then probably just losing time because it'll be too slow for doing as many fights as it would do. Alright, 3 XP, 10 hit points. This is doing a little bit better. This is a little bit more reasonable. We're making it to level 3 now. See how the Drakey goes. I think we're in good shape. Alright. 1 and 9, now we got it. Let's try and get our fight on the way back to the inn here. This never gets me the battle when I need it. Come on. Come on. Oh, we are losing so much time trying to get this one slime to show up. There we go, we finally got him. Ooh, 30 seconds. That hurts. That is painful to see. We were -4 the first attempt through. We have to do it, though. I can't really afford to do any more resets here. Hey there, Reg. Thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad you've been enjoying the show, and hope you enjoy many more in the future as well. Thanks again for the support. Wow, 24 experience, basically slightly more than doubling your count. Dragon Warrior, one of the few games I can think of where the experience curve is this steep. Like doubling, tripling, like just have crazy amounts of XP required to go from level to level. That means that you are rapidly experiencing experience inflation. So the monsters that you were just fighting at the previous level suddenly worthless because you have to do twice as many of them to be able to get your level up. And that makes it very difficult to grind in this game other than being forced to rapidly progress from zone to zone. Use that 3 way earlier. Alright, 19 experience. A useless excellent move. Blue Slime, your one monster there. You got a decent chance of one-shotting. Sometimes you fail. So I guess it was not an entirely useless move, just a mostly useless one. Jackies are generally good here at level 3. Let's see what we get on this one. 3 damage for a Draki. A little bit below average, but we can still take that. We have 15 experience to go, 13 HP plus the heal. So if we get a decent sized heal, like 15 plus, we'll be in great shape. If we get under 15, then it really depends on how much under we're talking about, whether we're in trouble or not. $13 to go. I'll be able to use my heal after this ghost fight is done. Ghosts you do take a lot of damage from, but they are worth 3 versus the 1 that you're getting from slimes. When you factor in how much time you're saving walking around, it does generally come out ahead. Oh, What a useless excellent move. Only that it happened early in the fight, everything would have been great there. But now I got 15 versus 10. We're in the same basic situation of our ratio being really bad. And this ghost might be the end of it. Let's see, 3 damage is pretty good. Can we do a 2-hit ghost? Yeah, 3-hit ghost. 7 versus 10 now. I feel very nervous about taking more ghost fights. Extremely slow blue slime, but we didn't take any damage. So 6 versus 10. Five versus 9. 4 versus 9. 2 versus 7. At 7, I can't really take a ghost. So that's a bit of a bummer. I can take a slime, though. So we're at 1v6. One more slime fight will be fine. Get it here? Alright. So I took a little bit of unnecessary detouring because I didn't want to go down to the lower zone for the amount of experience that I would get there and then counter rate, so that was okay. We actually picked up time on that one. Helped out a little bit in terms of our progress here. Pretty decent amount of experience out of it. And we are ready to make our crack at Rimbledar here. Let's go and get our magic key. You're good with 53 gold, and I've never had anywhere close to that because that's only getting 6 red slimes, or I think it's red slime, Draki, and ghost all together, and that's just like ridiculously low quantities. I'm always like double plus over what I need for those. Hey there, Hangry Canuck. Thanks for the good wishes there. Hopefully we can get one of these started. Very promising run, died post money grind. It's always the worst spot as well, because that money grind's such a big investment in overall fatigue levels. Especially when trying to get the first run of the night started, I am much less concerned about deaths pre-money grind overall. Once I'm in there, I want to get all the way to the end. Okay, made it into the cave. Let's go for our box. FF1 single segment, nice. Hope you have fun with that. It's a tough run, though. Very difficult. Almost got my bonk here. I think I did not hit the bottom level yet. There we go. Alright, can we get to Rimbledar, or will we get warlocked again? Actually, usually the thing that goes wrong most of the time for this trip is the wolves. Wolves will be powerful enough to two-shot me, and that makes them a much more dangerous foe than almost anything else. But this time, it is going to be the warlock adventure again. Ambushed, blocked. Double blocked. At least he didn't sleep me. Last try. We're in. We are in. Whew. That was tight. So obviously I'm not going to try to get any experience here. We're just going to get our death warp after the key and go on our merry way to the mountain cave. Nice, even landed the hit on the middle scorpion. Well, we are just death warping out. Obviously, you're not losing much there. Only cost you 4 gold for that death warp to head back to town. And so, let's go ahead. Dive into the mountain cave here. Mountain Cave usually not too bad because you can just use all of your heals while walking through. The biggest thing to worry about is if you got just like a very prolonged fight that you're failing to run away from against a monster that has a decent sized attack throughout there, like anything on the second floor more or less. But I usually feel that the Mountain Cave is the much easier part of this compared to the Rimmildar Walk. Could have bought a bamboo stick. Well, the imitation, not quite 100% authentic bamboo sticks from Melmon do sell for as low as 3 gold, but I would not recommend them. They're definitely a little bit shady. And more than slightly poisonous. Double run failure here. Well, last try. It's odd having to use a heal before you even get to the mountain cave. Hopefully we're going to be okay. Let's get inside and start our walkthrough. Endorsed by Dan, I'm taking 3. You know those are the highest quality items. Almost to the second floor here. Now, having taken that damage beforehand probably means that we are unable to do more than one fight. I was actually able to kill 2 skeletons post chest last time. This time, it is just money and a warlock anyway. Well, we're going to try to hurt this guy. It's probably unlikely to work. See if we can outspeed him on damage. Just need to get one more good hit in. Still alive? Come on, warlock. Go down, go down. Yes, alright. Get 13 out of it. So instead of 22, we get 13, a little bit less, but faster time overall. It was a faster amount of time to get that death warp done. Learn to read playing this game. Neat. I know a lot of people have kind of got their first early experiences with reading things from NES RPGs in particular. It was an era where like parents would put their kids down in front while they were playing video games and just go to town on them. Try and bottom corner chest this time. Let's see if we get better chest look as a result. And so we've got the gold glitch active. We're going to go up to 5,459 gold pieces here. We got a ways to go, so buckle up and enjoy. Allegedly 75 some music loops here. Because it is indeed the best grind of Dragon Warrior 1, the chest grind. 200 gold down. Now this room is meant to be a trap. So basically the cheapest key in the game cost 53 gold. And the chests here random between 6 and 13. That means if you rolled maximum on every single one, 13 gold, 13 gold, 13 gold, 13 gold, you'd be at 52, so you'd be losing 1 gold, even in the best case scenario, and often you lose more. But because of the chest glitch, we had to rip off the king and totally subvert their little morality story here. So really, the true moral of the game is if somebody tries to teach you a lesson, just cheat your way back out and teach them a lesson instead. Works every time. Aliens, right? I mean, it's hard to top the chest grind. Like, will I get a 6? Will I get a 13? Probably I'm gonna get a 9. Also, I'll have 500 gold here. Hey, I did get a 9. 9.5, your average chest roll. So technically a 9 is a below average roll. 6, 7, 8, 9, you're disappointed on. 10, 11, 12, 13, you love to see those. Anything double digits, you are coming out ahead on that particular roll. But given the number of chests that you've got, 550 if you don't have the death necklace. And then if you did have the death necklace, I guess it'd be like 430 still. It's a lot of chests still, even though it cuts off quite a bit of the grind. But it's more than plenty to have basically just the regression to the mean for any amount of average gold you might get. So you're never going to be like dramatically more or less than the averages over these quantities. Here's 750. Really just got to get into the groove for the chest grind. Because I already did a chest grind, already feeling like I've got the timing nice and warmed up. Just hopefully my hands can last long enough to get through the entire grind here. Less than 20 minutes though of chest to go, so if you were not fully satisfied with the first chest grind, be prepared in that next bit of time. Let's say you've got 17 minutes of full quality chest action. Make certain that you get all your memories recorded here. Take some photos if you need to. Make this a special chest grind. I'm kind of surprised that 17 does have a 0 for one of its levels. For one of the stat ups. Like, usually those are really good level ups, but I guess 17 has other stats that are just like really, really big. Like 16, 17, 18, 19, those are all very large increases in usually attack power, which is your strength score, except for I guess 17. Your HP goes up a lot, and your MP goes up quite a bit. There's 1100 gold. Yeah, right in that range, there's a bunch of levels that give you +8 strength, and those are very dramatically noticeable. Just in terms of, like, actually taking an entire round off fights occasionally as you go through that stretch there. And that's what makes, like, the transition at 18 to go into Hawksnest, where at 17 you had to fight outside of it, possible. And then in the Dragon Lord fight, it's also really noticeable with, level 18, having to get lucky on the Dragon Lord, having to chain together a couple of turns, where you get 3 attacks before the heal more. And at level 19, there is the possibility that you roll low enough on your attack scores that you don't beat the Dragon Lord, but it's a really small possibility. Like, I would say, if you make it to the Dragon Lord, you're talking like a 95% chance of success at level 19. Hey there, Marfamania, welcome in. It is going for the chest grind here. We're almost slightly more than 4,000 gold away from being done here. 54 and 59 are counts that we are looking for. So now we are 4,000 away. Really 3,999, but that extra gold piece, you wouldn't want to leave without it. And that money goes towards broadsword as your new weapon, basically skipping over the axe and the chain weapon, all the intermediate stuff along the way. You get large shield. We have not had any shields yet so far, so skip the small shield there. And then full plate mail, which skips the chain mail and half plate. And I guess the leather armor as well. There's a whole bunch of armor pieces that you never get as a result. Our Dragon Quest 11 stat gains random. So Dragon Quest 11, a lot of the more recent Dragon Warriors for that matter, have seeds. And seeds will allow you to give any character you want stat increases, and they are farmable for monsters. So if you want to have the perfect characters, you just need to find out which monsters drop seeds, and then farm enough of them to get everything that you want. Really, though, basically the important one is the skill seeds to make sure that you've got all of your skills unlocked, and then stat seeds you really don't notice. Like, if you're that high of a level that you're, maxed out at 99, you got a whole bunch of skills done, then you're going to be able to beat the game so easily. There's nothing in the game for Dragon Quest XI in particular that is a challenge after, you're talking about like level 75 or so. Just hit 1900 gold here. $3,500 to go. I think true final boss is hard in hard mode. I guess depending on what handicaps that you have picked. I decided not to play with the hard mode options just because the ones that were interesting, you had increased monster difficulty. It's like, all right, like you can reasonably understand what's going on there. You had the one that made you freeze and lose your turn in combat. That's just like randomness, and those tend not to be all that fun because you just like if you get a whole bunch of freezes in a row, you have to retry, and then you just retry until you get the luck that you need to be able to beat the fight. The ones that you can't run from, I actually never really had a problem running from monsters in 11. Because of the fact that you can see them on the overworld map. And you really control when you're going to get into the battles. So you're really only fighting monsters either when you want to, or if you make a mistake in navigation, and it's not that common that you have an accident getting into the fights, at least what I found. So that one would not be like a big deal for me either. What were the other ones? Those are the couple that I remember. I know that there's some that reduce your rewards, but those are, again, not that big of a deal in terms of how it affects the actual gameplay. So we can choose your favorite PlayStation RPG. What about the PlayStation version of Diablo? It's actually surprisingly good for a port, although, as you might expect, not as good as the PC version. I feel like PlayStation in general didn't have a really good showing on that style of RPG, the top-down action RPG style, because a lot of them went with the 3D character modeling, and then it just became so hard to see what you were doing or control your character with the fairly mediocre 3D limited camera and things like that. The 2D style of action RPG, that's kind of like the sweet spot still for that era. Out of 15 blocks. I remember that when the PlayStation first came out, you had like one, maybe two of the official PlayStation memory cards, and they would be just constantly full. Like, you'd be out of space so quickly, and you couldn't store them anywhere else because there was no, at the time, way to transfer memory cards to like a PC or anything like that. And then the clone company started making these oversized memory cards that would have like, 4 times or 8 times the size of an official memory card. And they just sold so well, but they were also like super unreliable. Like, I was always very nervous using the clone ones that I would lose the memory card entirely, or just like one day it wouldn't be able to read some of the pages. It would just always be a little bit of a gamble for those. Alright, one search because I sneezed. But so far, still a pretty good chest grind. This is also like the worst point in the run to have to deal with sneezes. Hey there, Sevasti, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. Yeah, I never had the PS1. So the PSX was the name for the original PlayStation. There's a couple models of it. Like one of them's got a composite out instead of the PlayStation multi-cable, and then the PS1 was like the mini version, so like the NES top loader or the SFC or the Super Nintendo Junior, things like that. They had one for the PlayStation as well. That was like super compact. It's actually a really nice looking console. But I have heard about compatibility issues with it, and the fact that PlayStation 2 actually generally plays PlayStation 1 games better, thanks to the fast disk speed and usually better loading times. PlayStation 1 is actually the generation or the console that I actually don't feel like I need to have the original console for it. I just do everything on PS2 that came out for those. Konami Arcade Classics. I don't think I've played Haunted before. I know I've played a lot of Konami Arcade games, but I'm not sure if I remember what Haunted is like to play. I hope you're having a fun time doing it. Oh, Haunted Castle. I was like, I don't remember a game named Haunted. Is it double read speed? So it's weird how read speed works. There are some games, first of all, that actually load slower with fast disk speed. But those are like the very, very rare exceptions that are out there. And what it tends to be is that it's not like actually double speed loading, even though the disc might spin twice as fast in PS2 mode. Because like CD-ROMs were rated at 1x speed for base, and then like 2x, 3x, so on up to, I believe like 52 or 56x is the most I ever saw for a CD-ROM at the time, before they basically got completely replaced by DVDs. But even if you have the disc spin twice as fast, it's going to be still other overhead involved, so you're going to be a little bit more modest about what your improvement's like, but even if it's like a 20-30% load speed increase, that's still really good when you consider that PlayStation games load a lot. And so over the course of like a couple hour play session, you might have 30 minutes of loading. So saving 10 or 15 minutes off of that is pretty nice. $3,700. Alright, 54.59 our target. We're working there. We are working towards it. I think we need 50... Is it... I think it's 120 experience for level up. For some reason I thought it was a weird looking number, but maybe it is 120 as a round number for level 5 there. In any case, we'll need to get that after getting all of our shopping done. Hopefully we don't die on the way to Rimildar again. We were so close. One step away. And I got warlocked. Ambush sleep into a run failure sleep, and then that was it. Never came back for a second try. Hey there, Sherzad. Welcome in. You were just in time to catch the last 1,547 gold for the chest grind here. This is the most entertaining part of the game. It's definitely the most technical part of the game. In terms of performance, you have to have absolutely maximum reflexes to have an efficient chest grind. I think it's the best grind of the game overall. Some people may disagree. They think that, that outside Hawksness grind, it's pretty good. Pretty decent. I kind of like the South Rimildar grind. That's another good one, although the gold golems, because you have to skip one monster there, you're talking about losing a bunch of fights to running away from those. I would probably say that's number 3. 4,100 gold done. Just as fun as watching Agmas read a newspaper. Let's not get crazy there. Agmas reading a newspaper is one of my favorite activities to watch on YouTube. I will watch that for hours. Wait, 200 gold there. Yeah, if we're not doing fantasy, Final Fantasy, then just nothing is active. Because the way it works is that it has to be running the bot, and then also I have to update the team file at the end of the night. And if I'm not doing fantasy, often I'll forget to do it. And then everybody has their old teams the next time. That's not good for everybody, so... rather than accidentally have my teams not get updated, I just don't run the bot at all for non-Final Fantasy nights. Our next Final Fantasy, that'll be in... ooh, it's... roughly 2 weeks from now. It's 2 weeks and 2 days, I think. Till we're back to another stream after this. I've got all of next week gone, and then the week after that it's RPG Limit Break. So I'll be back like the Monday after RPG Limit Break ends. I'm trying to figure out what day that is. I think it's the May 13th is what our next stream date's going to be like. I'll be very much looking forward to some more Final Fantasy then. Also looking forward to this grind being done. Less than 1,000 gold to go. We're into the home stretch. Entire PS1 memory card with Final Fantasy Tactics saves. I don't remember saving a ton in Final Fantasy Tactics just because I felt like there was very little chance of things going wrong, even though I knew that when you got to the end, there were permanently missable items if you weren't at the right level for the deep dungeon. So basically, you had to be at a certain level to either get the items on pickup or to catch them when they were thrown by the appropriate level monsters. And if you wanted all like the Save the Queens and Excaliburs and things like that, you had to be at the right level targets to get those. And then once you're past that point, they're just permanently gone. So maybe you'd have a save prior to your big dungeon grind there. That's like, again, the bonus dungeon there, if you were at that, you should probably be able to beat the game pretty easily. Even the super boss at the bottom was not usually that big of a deal. Never did deep dungeon, I mean, other than having to do a bunch of brave faith manipulation, because finding the random treasures actually... well, first of all, you had to know what square they were on. But then, I think it was your bravery that determined the percentage chance. Like, if you were low bravery, that's something that you wouldn't want to have for most of the game. But if you were low bravery, you had a higher chance of getting the rare item from the treasure chest when you walked across it. And you have to reset until you got the rare pickups from doing each of the floors. There was a bunch of wacky stuff and manipulation for that. Ooh, 5,000 on the dot. Yeah, I'm trying to think about where I remembered having to struggle with in Final Fantasy Tactics. I definitely remember the Leo fight, the 1v1, being particularly difficult. That was also right before you had to deal with those ninjas that had Ultima. And then once you had the Ultima ninjas out of the way, it wasn't until you were at like the very end of the game that I remember like anything difficult ever again. Like, it was actually harder with the random encounters, because they would level up with you. And you get a whole bunch of, like, level 97 chocobos to fight. Okay, yeah, Brave was the one. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because you almost always wanted Brave, except when it came to chest finding. And then Faith was the other one that you could manipulate a bit, and that was basically a factor that influenced how much magic affected you. And that was interesting because, you want to have, low faith so that the monster spells wouldn't do much damage, but then healing spells wouldn't do much damage, and you'd be missed a lot if you ever died. So you had to kind of, like, keep it in a decent range where you're not just getting one shot by spells, but then high enough that you're not completely boned if you have to revive the character. Almost done here. We do it one more chest pull. Yes! 459 on the dot. That was such a good chest grind. One search when I sneezed. Other than that, no searches at all the entire time. And so we're trying again. Gotta get to all of our shopping bits and then over to Rimmildar here. First things first, let's buy the herbs. 6 of these things. Get a maximum of 6 herbs and 6 keys. All of those compress into 1 item slot, which is particularly nice. Very limited inventories for the original Dragon Warrior here. Alright, herbs are done. Next up is the large shield. I don't know, I've seen larger shields. I would say this is more of a medium-sized shield. It gets the job done, but it's not exceptional. We can do better than that shield here. Melmon residents are on the Warlock encounters. Well, let's see how many Warlock fights I got going across there. I'm suspecting it'll be at least 25 now. Yell and accumulate. Yeah, you did those a whole bunch. I mean, you would grind yell and accumulate just for the JP. Basically, in Final Fantasy Tactics, it was experience based on using your moves. And most moves, they're going to kill the monsters, and so you're going to have kind of a limit to how much you can get in the fight. But things that were buffs, so like yell, accumulate, or was it dancers or bards? I think it was bards that buffed you and dancers that debuffed the monsters. But you could use those skills a whole bunch and grind those jobs to basically get your JP really fast without building up levels too quickly. Bards buff, dancers debuff. That's what I thought. Alright, full plate mail. Let's get our fairy flute as well while we're here. Always throws me one tile higher than the GBC version on that. Bizzle 62. Thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and hope you enjoy your shiny new orb there. Draki definitely not worth the hassle. He's actually a pretty good fight in the remakes. Come on, I just want to get through here. Just want to get through this cave. It's a ghost that we failed to run on. Guess that's a good choice. If I had to pick one monster to fail to run on, Ghost would be at the top of my list. I did not want to attack this guy. Out of here. Alright. A little bit uncomfortable being at 25 hit points. I mean, it's plenty for most of the battles. I'll see if I end up having to drop an herb here or not. You are worth fighting. Again, the big risk is, of course, The ever-present Warlock fight. You're okay? I hope I don't have to use another herb before going in. I will if I needed to, but it would be a bit of a shame. Alright, last spell I can take. Oh, and then it's an ambush! Alright. I'm gonna have to herb here during this battle, I think. Got 2 more hurts. I want to try and get this wolf kill in there. We gotta get good rolls on the hurt spells. These 8s are okay, but I want 11s. There we go. Made it to 100, I'll take that. That works out pretty well for our trip up there. We're gonna get our broadsword. Gotta do this first before the end trip so I get my money back. Well, this time I wouldn't have to because I actually got some decent fights beforehand. Go to the inn and let us begin our grind. Initially, we were going to be doing the fights just with the hurt spell. Only real way to get any damage on these guys. But then once we get one more level up, at that point, I'll be able to sword them up a little bit and stay out here far longer per trip. Yeah, more ambushes. Alright, thanks for the good wishes there, Twitchmaster. And I hope you have a good evening, and I guess a good 2 weeks as well, for anybody that wants to head out. Given that I'll be away for a while. Alright, should be super close. Alright, we got the level up. Unfortunately, I couldn't get that before the end trip, but that'll work. Get our herb going there. Oh, Warlock's bad. Warlock's bad. That's the guy we don't want. Still don't want him. Triple Warlock there. 20% chance of Warlock on each of those battles. Alright, I could probably done that with less herbage, but we got our fights in. Got our level 5. So let's go and begin the real grind here. I don't quite have enough money for my key shopping yet. Once I get to like 500 gold, I'll want to buy the keys there. That way there's a little bit less of a penalty, but still a big time loss if I happen to die in the early stretches. Once you're at level 6 or 7, then, except for the Warlocks, most of these fights go pretty well. Those guys, they never go well. They will never get better. These guys work better with hurts still. Get 2 hurts in. Better than having to use a bunch of heals in a lot of time. I don't think I've ever really had a ton of problems with the enemy casters in Final Fantasy Tactics, mostly because I tended to run like super fast parties. And that's really how you dealt with enemy casters, is that you would try to knock them down before they could get their spells off. Like when they're in the charging phase for a couple rounds there, they take like super high damage. So if you have high movement speed, as well as I guess high speed and then large movement range for the number of steps you can take, then casters get much easier. Where they're problematic is when they're just like hard to access. You know, like they're using terrain and obstacles to make it tough to reach them. That's when things get interesting. Nice. Wolf missing there is great. Still a little bit scary here, but I got the hit on. Oh boy. I was shocked that it went another round. I probably should have just done the hurt at that point. I have one hurt. Actually, I don't have one hurt. I don't have a hurt. Never mind, I couldn't pull that off anyway. I was gonna say, I've got one hurt to give. So you wouldn't have a even number of MP for heals, but actually you do. You actually do have 4x plus 1 MP here. I always felt like the mathematicians were just the cheap way to fight. Like, they made the game so easy with the math skill overall that it was tough to really play it as seriously if you're using that. So, like, mathematician was one of the ones I never used. Usually mediator I would never use for almost the same reason. Like, if you can actually charm the enemy monsters in, then suddenly things get really, really easy overall. An excellent move at this level, one-shot a skeleton. It might be a little bit short. It'd be really close. Samurais, those were ones that had draw out, right? They had the ones that, based on the sword they were holding, they had different abilities that would happen, but they had a chance of breaking their sword. And obviously, anything that is consumable, you know, I am very opposed to ever using a consumable item. Doesn't matter if I have 99 of them. I have to have every consumable forever until the last boss, and then I realized that there is no point in ever using any of these because I've held on to 99 small potions. But it still doesn't matter. Gotta keep them all. Oh yeah, ninja's totally out of the question for throw, but you could use catch. Catch was great. That let you gain swords. Actually, ninjas were pretty good for other reasons as well. They're dual wield, and then they had super high speed and movement, so they were like a great position fighter for getting places. I think the people that I didn't use, mathematician, never used them. Samurai, never really used them. I feel like I didn't use an archer once we got out of like the super early game, or whatever class Mustadio is as well, like the rifleman engineer. Like those are the ones just like, eh, they've got no good long-term value. Geomancer for some reason I used a lot, and it's weird because they tended to be really weak. Like the Geomancer's stats are not very good, and they're very terrain dependent. Like a lot of the terrain types don't give you useful moves all that much. But for some reason I always loved the Geomancers. I don't know why that I use them so much. I use Sid a lot. He's just way overpowered. Any of the magical knights were just ridiculously unbalanced. Let's go ahead and use the hurts here. I still think at level 6 you're not going to do enough damage through the metal scorpion armor to really hold your own there. The bards and dancers were kind of interesting. The fact that it was difficult to get the dance that you wanted was usually the biggest problem of that. Like, some of them were just useless. Like, the one that did, like, 8 damage to all the monsters is like, I don't care. It's like by the time you have dancers, you're probably talking about, you know, being a high enough level that they're rasping for 5% damage per round. But the slowdowns were big. Like, changing monster speeds was really important. More so than increasing your speed for a bit. Oh, I should not have triple heard it. May have been a slight mistake using the hurt there. Oh, excellent move. A really useful one as well for reducing the damage I took on this wolf. As you can see, not quite enough damage on the excellent move to kill a wolf at level 6, but you could probably get very close to a skeleton. And at level 7, you would be definitely killing skeletons, but still a little bit short on the wolves. Alright, one more heal there. I would like to get, speaking of level 7, some more experience before going back to that inn. Yeah, Bard buffing was pretty good, although, again, mostly I like to do it for the speed adjustments. Like, Bard had a better healing spell than the Dancer had rasping spell for doing things, so it's like, alright. You can kind of chill out for a little bit getting HP recovery in some of the fights with Bards. But it wasn't exceptionally good there. It's at least usefully decent. Decently useful. Black mages and summoners. Yeah, black mages, white mages, just the pure caster class is really good. Time mages, I think, would be really powerful if you used them well. But I did not. I did not use them very effectively. Ah, that worker guy. The problem with the robot, though, is he's got no faith, so he's not going to be healable in battle unless you've got monks standing next to him using chakra. Chakra was the inside strat for being awesome in that game. Strap the hurt. I have no more heals. Like, no healing items, no healing spells. Let's get into town. Run away, run away! Didn't get my level up. Was close. I tried. Back out there. You can see we're going to be here for a while. 2,000 experience is the target to move down to South Rimbledar, which is really just a bit of an upgrade over this zone in the sense that warlocks are no longer there. Like, that's actually a really big upgrade. But also you get the wolf lords, which are tasty and delicious, extra juicy wolf lords for your fights. Seriously, using Rafa and Malik, yeah, I would not recommend that. They're both just so terrible. I mean, I think Rafa could actually get decent, but like only barely decent, and then like Malik, not at all. I mean, the first reason to dislike them is that the fight that you get them in is a really painful fight with those two female ninjas on the roof, using, like, the Ultimas. Like, just crazy painful to survive that. Especially the ones where you're forced to keep the twins alive. If Dan had Raph and Malik skills, how often would he hit Ace, Bill, and Cal? Probably about 97.5% of the time. Like, that would be the scary Bane sword, if you give him those. Alright, level 7. That's going to help out a lot. 2 power, 6 response speed's big. 2 HP, 2 MP, and the sleep spell, which I actually don't use very much. It's sad because that's actually a really good spell in the remakes. You sleep a ton in GBC, but very minimal use. Other than that one minimal fight of maybe a stone golem or so. Sleep just doesn't come out much. This one I can probably heal for anything under 20 or so HP. Like, it basically is trying not to ever waste healing, but you've got very large ranges on what your spells and herbs can do. So you don't want to push it like super hard still at the early levels. Late levels, you know, you're talking about like it's the difference between healing at 60 versus 70. You might as well super optimize those. But here where you can get into pretty scared territory before a heal is guaranteed to be fully effective, that's when you want to be a little bit more cautious. That 2 power didn't sound like much, but it's really helping out in those wolf fights. I mean, we were, here 10 minutes ago, just struggling to do even 4 damage to a wolf, and now we're doing 3 times that. Really is much faster for the battles as a result. Oh man, this is scary. Let's go for it. Go for it! How much HP am I going to have for this? 17 now. As much as I'd want to. Like, stretching these out is actually really important so that you are timing your level ups versus the end trip. You want to level up, then you want to end immediately afterwards. This one's not going to work out nearly as well, so probably going to cost me about 2 end trips. And that is... I mean, the money side's not a big deal, it's more the time factor. Doing extra end trips here. I remember the guns for the engineers. The ones that were super random, whether they would proc the bonus spell damage. So basically you had elemental guns, and they'd fire bullets of that type, and then randomly, when the bullet would hit something, it would cast like Fire 2 or Fire 3 or the equivalent of those. I don't remember if it was the second tier or the third tier. So like Fire versus Faraga for those, but it would be like a really significant bonus if it proc the spell. Okay, it could go up to 3rd tier. Yeah, I remember them having, like, for the ice one, Blizaga's the big giant crystal. I remember that one particularly for it. I just remember those days when we didn't have all these warlocks to worry about. I'll probably fight warlocks at level 9. Forget if level 8 was reasonably safe or not, but you might as well not fight warlocks if you can avoid it. Five ace for level 1, 2 ace for level 2, 1 ace for level 3. That sounds reasonable. That is basically what I remember for those. Would metal size be worth grinding if they gave 1,000 experience instead of 115? Oh yes. I mean, they're well, yes to 1,000. I was gonna say like 115 is kind of at the cusp of being useful, but it's really not. I would probably say like anything over 250 would make metal size pretty intriguing when you first start it there. Like The problem is you're going to kill them so rarely that they're actually not that uncommon to find. 1 in 5 chance in that zone down in the south. But you have to factor out, like, alright, a lot of those fights are going to be bad, so you have to run away. A lot of the fights against metal slimes you're going to fail because they run away. So how much experience do you need to have come back for it to be worth it? I think 250 would be worth it. But definitely if you're talking like 500, 1000, then you'd be metal slime farming, like, probably starting level 12 or so. Oh yeah, Auto Haste, one of the best abilities overall. Like, anything that makes you move faster is so big in Tactics. It wasn't just Excalibur that had that, though. Didn't Save the Queen also have Auto Haste? Or did Save the Queen have Auto Protect? I guess from the name of it, Auto Protect, Auto Shell would be more reasonable choices. For some reason I thought it had Haste as well. Auto Protect, okay. Not nearly as cool then. Perfume with auto haste and auto re-raise. There was something for the dancer that had auto raise, wasn't there? One of the dancer accessory items. But auto haste on top would be pretty crazy. For all the auto raises, people that are not familiar with the game mechanics of Tactics series, basically one-time revive. So it's not like super overpowered. Like if you're actually knocked into a corner and you're getting taken down, you're probably going to get taken down multiple times. And so it doesn't really help. But it lets you go more aggressive on getting somebody out to a distant part of the map. And then it might take you a turn or two to follow up after them. So if they go down, you want to not be losing turns towards them turning into crystals. Almost up to 750 here. I mean, really our target's 2,000, but again, we're going to be basically working as hard as we can to get those level ups along the way. Ah, the sleep. The dreaded sleep lock. Keep us in there for another round. Those guys are so rough overall. Poaching piggies. That sounds highly illegal. I do remember Meliodul starting with it. Meliodul, otherwise was like not too notable other than her gear was really good at the start. She was not nearly as good as like Agris or Sid were. In terms of being just like awesome overall characters. I think because the time you got to Meliodul was when you got your base party members actually being pretty decent. as opposed to Sid coming in when he just crushes everybody. Never beat Lagoon. Yes, I have beaten Lagoon for the Super Nintendo. I highly recommend for anybody that has a fear of long swords to try Lagoon out, because it has no long swords whatsoever in it. Yeah, PJ's run Lagoon at least twice that I can remember being at the event for. Like, there was one way back, and then another one for an Awful Games block that was more recent. It's a really fun run in general, just like, in terms of showing off a bunch of stuff in the game. You know, you have some really tough boss fights. And it's kind of like the Ease games in the sense that you have to have like a certain level target to be able to damage monsters, and kind of a lot of the routing and planning for the game is just figuring out how do you actually get to a point where you are successfully able to do 1 damage, and then you just have crazy boss fights at that point. Destroyed a copy of Lagoon, what a tragedy. A fine piece of artwork has been lost to mankind because of Tipo01. Alright, these wolves are getting pretty good now that we are level 8. That level 7 to 8 makes a big difference. Usually it's the first level up that really is gigantic in these new zones. This one, up to level 8, feels like every single one's a big bump up, because you're coming here so early. You're really just kind of surviving based on your equipment at the start of the grind for this. And you have to work a while to get anything reasonable in the way of being able to take the monsters out. Oh, I assure you, Rothgar, it is impossible to overlook Lagoon's shortcomings. Especially your sword. That is a very short sword. $939-77993 is the teleport code, as well as the combination of my luggage. I mean, really, if you're leveled more appropriately, you have to, like, not worry about these things at all. Like, the teleports are mostly because of the fact that she moves around so quickly as you get to the end of the fight. Like, basically you have a boss that starts out really slow, and as her health bar goes down, she moves faster and faster. And so you have to, at low levels, actually memorize when she's going to pause between the teleports to be able to land any hits. Whereas, like, if you were talking about a couple levels higher, you would possibly even just skip that entirely, because you would do enough damage that, you know, you would not need as many hits at low HP values for it. But also you just need like 1 lucky hit by the time she gets to super fast speeds, and not have to do it like 10 or 12 hits. Disappointed in Lagoon. I can only assume that you had a counterfeit copy. A genuine copy of Lagoon would disappoint nobody. Steal all my copies of Virtual Highlight. Good news for you, Naughty Sauce. I probably have more copies of Virtual Highlight than you can carry. Turns out that they are really inexpensive. inexpensive, like, SMRPG Japanese version, it's cheaper than that. Like, I definitely feel like they are spending more money shipping the game than physically I am paying for it. Like, I was getting copies for $5 shipped from Japan. It is cheap. MTI stuck on Thorboard. Thorbird is really... Like, the second form of Thor, the biggest problem I found was just the fact that at the start of the fight where he comes in, he is going to collide with you if you're not standing in the right spot. So, like, the first time I fought him, basically, you kill Thor and go to Thorboard phase, and just, like, boom, immediately killed. Once I had that, I think that I didn't have as much of a problem with him, but then again, I was also probably pretty high leveled. Hey there, straight on moment. Thank you much for the good wishes there. Hopefully we will have a good adventure tonight, working on our Rimbledar grind currently here. If I can get through the Rimbledar grind, I'll feel pretty happy about my chances of at least seeing the Axe Knight. For those of you that have not seen a Dragon Warrior run in the past, you got a very dodgy stretch from Axe Knight for about 30 minutes of just super high RNG sections. And it is possible for me to still get a PB even with bad RNG there, but in exchange I have to do the Dragon Lord one level lower, which takes it from a 95% chance of success at Dragon Lord to a 25% chance of success. So really, you're backloading the difficulty a bunch to make up the time that you lose there. ActRaiser 2 for Secret of the Stars. Well, I mean, ActRaiser 2 is just brutally hard. Secret of the Stars might actually be the better game for people that are not like super awesome at adventure action games in general. Like, ActRaiser 2 legitimately really, really tough. Alright, Rothgar, have a good night, enjoy the lurking, and see you in 2 weeks when I get to return to my next stream after this. Alright, just stay over here. We got only one more battle I can take. Hey, Llama Pals, welcome in. Hope you're doing good here. I can take one more. One more. Feels weird that we're only halfway to 2,000 with just how quickly it accelerates for the amount of experience you can get per minute here. Yeah, ActRaiser 2 in general was a really big shock. ActRaiser 1 was a reasonably not too difficult game. You had the simulation segments, which were actually very easy. They're kind of tedious, but they're not difficult. And then you had the action sections, and as you got upgrades over the course of the game, you were really keeping up pretty well with the difficulty of the action sections. And then if you play professional mode, you can basically do ActRaiser without the simulation sections, and it's really fun for a pretty good stretch through there. And then ActRaiser 2 just is like impossible. Like, completing the first 2 or 3 stages is so difficult, and it just gets harder from there. Like, I would pick it up like maybe like 15 years ago and give it a try, and like around stage 3 or 4 I'd just be quitting. Just be like, this is not fun anymore. Oh yeah, Ghosts and Goblins is another series that's like that. That's one which is more unfair until you memorize all of the different enemy spawns that can happen there. It's a very memorization heavy game because if you try to improv getting through stretches, you're gonna basically be, you're starting off, you're at a good spot, an enemy spawns in an awkward way, or you're fighting an Airmer or something like that, and now you're in a bad spot, and now something else happens, you just die. And it's like, well, once you got into bad spot, you really had no chance. So, what you had to have done, and you may not realize it, is that previous spawn you fought, there was some other way of dealing with it, and it might be that you have to know that it's there and creep up slowly across it, or go a different path through the screen or something. Or else you're just not going to be able to make rapid progress. So, you get kind of a forced repeat the level until you memorize everything inside. Oh, nice. Excellent move. Actually kills wolves now, level 8. Probably the first level that does that. Level 7 would be very dodgy, unless they rolled super low on their HP. Like even 25% down from maximum HP. Because you don't really get enough damage until you get that last little bit of strength. And then, just like Final Fantasy, there is a long curve where you're doing 0 damage or 1 damage, as the case may be between the games. Then you have this really rapid rise. Like you'll hit this level where suddenly it goes from 0 damage to doing really good damage in the span of like 2 or 3 level ups. And then it flattens off again. And so once you're doing really good damage, it doesn't really get better. So like, one-shotting things with regular attacks takes a really, really long time to get that strong. But in terms of like ease of kills, like you'll have, you know, 1,000,000 rounds to kill it, and then 5, 4, 3, maybe 2 rounds, and then you'll get stuck at 2 rounds for a long time. Sometimes you'll get stuck at 3 for later monsters. Do I have a wing? I do not get any wings the entire game. I kind of like a wing, but there's just no good opportunities to route it in. GBC, on the other hand, use wings a whole bunch. Like, use wings just to skip around conversations. They took out a lot, well, it's not that they took out, they didn't have a lot of the wing vendors and herb vendors in NES and Famicom versions, and they added more vendors in for GBC, which makes those items more accessible and more likely that you'll be able to stock up on them on a regular basis. How many one-shot excellent moves do I get in the average game? I mean, first of all, it's super rare to have excellent moves other than, like, the 4th round of a fight. It's amazing how many useless excellent moves that you get compared to potentially good ones. And so I would guess, like, maybe 3 first turn excellent moves that actually kill the monsters. And HP is 75 to 100%, yes. So 100% is the monster's maximum HP. And 75 to 100 is the range, except for the Golem and for the Dragonlord. Those have always the maximum HP at the start. And when a monster heals, it's the maximum HP that's important and not the starting HP. So imagine that you just start a fight and the monster is partially damaged at the beginning of every battle. Can Dan do a slam dunk on an NBA basket? If by slam dunk you mean fall to the ground and roll around painfully, he can do that. If you mean something else, then probably no. 24 points. I think I can go for one more fight. One more fight. Is Dan a Dragoon? Definitely not. That I can answer for certain. I just wanted my one more good fight. Just wanted my one more good fight, Warlock. Still asleep. Are we dead? We get out of there. Well, not getting that battle now. Well, if the key element of Dragoons is holding the floor down, then you definitely have Dan as a leading candidate for that class. I just needed that one fight for the level up. Just the one fight. Lost 6 MP as a result of that Warlock. Alright, level 9. We've got 2,000 experience for level 10, so we are racing the clock for 144. I think we're going to be slow. I think we're going to lose a couple minutes here. Just because of some unlucky grind bits. Make me take extra in-trips overall. I never got like a super long Warlock sleep fight, but at the same time, there were a lot of Warlock fights in general that I had to run away from. And that's usually what cost me time in this section as well as the next one, the fights that you have to run from, as with the fights that you end up actually taking. The character actions in 4 felt forced. I mean, at least they had character interactions. That was really the first game in the series that had any interactions whatsoever. I mean, in theory you had interactions in 2, but they were just not very good. 4 had some likable characters, and then it had the twins, and the Dragoon, and Sid. Alright, really just Rosa, and Rydia. Well, really just Rydia. It was just Rydia. Everybody else was kind of completely unlikable throughout there. Look at how much value that level 9 strength is doing for us. 8 more attack is really big. Attack is twice as valuable as the defense score. And by defense score, I mean your response speed, which is how it derives the defense score out of there. So your stats, it's 1-for-1 strength to attack, whereas it's 2-for-1 response to defense. Makes it much tougher to get reasonable amounts of defense there. Oh, sleep. Just want to murder some Warlocks. Is that so hard to ask for? I feel like this should be a guaranteed Warlock murdering. Edward supporting. I'm not certain I can stand for that here. Right, FDI. Thanks for dropping by, and hope you have a wonderful evening. See you in 2 weeks when I get back from this. I will probably run some reruns. We did talk about this on the Wednesday stream. And people in general seem to be interested in having reruns during this upcoming week. I'm not going to run any during RPG Limit breaks. Just go watch the event. But I figure any week that I'm fully away, I might start doing some of those. Mostly just trying to target the same times that I would normally be streaming during the week anyway. You love Tristram. It definitely shows where your bad judgment about Melmon came from. Tristram really can't kill anything in any of the dungeons. Even that first dungeon with him. When you're fighting the bone dragon at the end. It's just sad. It's sad and disappointing in many ways. And then he steals your stuff. It's just like, what are you doing with that claw? You can't even use it. Just give it to me. Hey, the Lobster Kitty, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. Yeah, I'm planning to do reruns for like the challenge runs, and I would probably schedule like an 8-hour block of time per day or something, because it's hard to control really the running start times for me. So I'll try to put up either 1 or 2 videos depending on the length for those. Got a whole bunch of Final Fantasy NES, some of the other Final Fantasy challenge runs. Thought about maybe doing some of the PB runs as well. More Melbourne believers. I will believe that when I see them. I'm not certain if I even believe in Melmond anymore after the horrible things that it has done. Four Dans, but there's actually more than one 4 Dan run. I did 4 Dans as 4 Red Mages as the first 4 Dan run. And we did 4 Thieves. I named all the 4 Thieves Dan as well. Because, really, there was only one choice for how you would name them. Actually, it's technically... The 4 Thieves was Dan 1 through Dan 4. As opposed to just being Dan, 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 and Dan, like the Red Mages were. Mostly still good here. The problem with the wolves, just that until you're level 9, it takes 3, sometimes 4 rounds to kill them. Now at level 9, they get much better, and Wolf Lord's even better still, because they'll waste a decent number of their turns trying to stop spell you. Anybody that uses stop spell is a wonderful monster to fight. The best of Melmond or the best of Dan. What if it's the worst of Dan? What if we only have the Dan lowlights and no Dan highlights? Could we really even still have a viable show at that point? That's right, Wolves, keep it up. I got 339 experience to go for my level here. 9.5 minutes to get it. I think we're going to be slightly behind pace on that. You don't get very much experience in a hurry at this stage. When you're at Hawksness, though, that's when you're going to start actually getting a decent pace through there. Although you've got way more experience to go at that point. Almost have to quadruple my experience coming into it. I mean, fun of the Breath of Fire series. I like the first 2, the 2 on the Super Nintendo. I know people like Breath of Fire 3. I moderately enjoyed it, but not nearly as much. And then anything past Breath of Fire 3 I did not really enjoy. Most people, that's just Dragon Quarter, but I also didn't really get into Breath of Fire 4. The reason I liked 1 and 2 is because actually they're much more simplistic. Like, in terms of being a really easy to understand RPG. They're on the levels of, like, a lot of the other Super Nintendo RPGs that, they don't require, like, a huge amount of depth of backstory or remembering what the characters' plot lines were. It's just like, here's a couple of fun characters, build a party, and go to town in the dungeons. More unnecessary critical hits. If you get a critical hit at the last round of a fight, you actually lose time. Because the monster would have died anyway from a regular attack, and a critical hit takes longer to animate. What does the RNG table do in Final Fantasy Randomizer? So if you don't check the RNG shuffle box, it does nothing. So it works exactly the same. If you do check the box, it'll take the table of values and rearrange the order. And that means that the distance between fights is going to be different. Combat results are going to be different, although you can't really tell because it's really tough to get any manipulation at all on the combat results. Mostly you're going to notice that the encounter spacing is going to be different. There's still a pattern to it because it still is using the same table-based format. That's something that I would like to change in the future, where I would like to have the randomizer basically be unpredictable. So there is no value whatsoever in trying to, like, power reset or skip past fights to get to certain parts of the encounter cycle in dungeons. Because as it is, like, you start recognizing these patterns of, like, gaps or clusters of fights as you go through there. And you can kind of start doing a little bit of trickery for, you know, burning off encounters before going to dungeons or things like that. And I actually, in Randomizer, like to not have that ability. Just make it so that you are purely going through there trying to get through the game as fast as possible without having to worry about the manipulation for it. Do I go back to town? I think I just go back to town. 27, I'd be fighting at level 7. That'd be pretty risky, but I can't get to my level up anyway right here. So, 178 experience away. We're not pushing it on 27 hit points. So might as well get the in trip in here. This is actually one where I could move between the zones without hitting again. That's something that you can actually do if you are close enough. You start walking down to the zone line at level 9, and just cross into the zone at level 10 when you get the level up. $153 to go. Can we do that in 5 minutes? 30 experience points. It feels very doable. It feels very doable, but at the same time, I know that deceptively a lot of time goes into every single one of these battles here at these levels. Get more wolves, though. Can definitely do it. Delicious 16 experience point monster. Instead of the 11 that we get from the skeletons, or the 13 from the warlocks. Warlocks should be worth so much more. Warlocks should be worth like 30 experience for how tough they are to deal with. What is more interesting between 4 red mages and 4 fighters? Personally, I think 4 red mages would be more interesting because they get a wider variety of abilities, and they tend to be a little bit less powerful in the late game in a lot of ways, particularly for defense. 4 fighters. The whole game, you're just holding the A button down. It's like having 4 black mages. Having Cure 1 or Cure 2 or Ruse doesn't make a big difference for post-class change on the fighters. So they're all about just going into a fight, hold the A button down to kill things, and then moving on to the next battle. So Red Mage has a lot more interesting things happening. They're, they're very similar, though, in terms of difficulty. They're both on the very easy side of the 4 character groupings. Red Mage's fighter is by far the easiest. Black Belt's a little bit behind, just because they're very slow to get started. And so you spend a lot of time getting your Black Belts up to like level 15, and then they get really good in a hurry. Like, they get a big struggle just getting past Astos and into the post-Earth Cave stretch of the game. And then after the Black Belts, White Mages and Black Mages are another big jump up in difficulty. You really have to know where to grind those. Especially White Mages to do it efficiently. Although, I actually like White Mages better than Black Mages for a big chunk of the game. Surprisingly, White Mages can do really well at the beginning, with some very careful strategizing. Black Mages are more about brute force throughout it. Then you have the Thieves. The Thieves at the end, by far the worst character. Not even close to anything else. Good news, I am shocked to say that we're actually picking up a decent amount of time here. At least we had a better start there for that 30 seconds back. I had a -4 in the first try of the night. And then this one plus 31. Giving up such a painful chunk of time there unnecessarily at the very first split. Are these weak to poison or magic? No, there's not really anything for the Thief that impacts his magic defense at all. What happens... Well, first of all, Thieves just have terrible equipment and bad stats. But on top of that, after class change, they're missing out on a lot of the good defensive items that Knights get. So they still struggle a bit. And they're just statistically much worse. So they're like Knights, but worse in every way. It's the basic explanation. The one thing that they do have the advantage on is that when it comes to the very late game, when you're fighting the fiends and chaos and all that, having that fast spell makes a big difference. Sadly, you don't have temper until the remakes. That would make an even bigger difference. If you actually had temper in base Final Fantasy, the ninja would be so much better in terms of value there. Like, that is just a huge difference for capability. Just fast is not really enough to overcome all of the deficiencies that they have. Yeah, morale is how monsters decide to run. Each monster has a base morale score. It adds a very large random number to that base score. And that is used together with your lead character's level. That's the character that's in slot 1. Doesn't matter if they're dead or not, just whoever is in the first slot position. Their level compared against this morale score adjusted by a very large random number. And so it's pretty unpredictable for a large range about whether a specific monster is going to run away. But you'll start noticing running happening around like level 16 for the very easy stuff. If you go back to fight spiders or things. Do Lich last? It does help out a little bit. I usually just don't like Earth Cave in general, so putting it off towards the end is something I just do naturally. But going through there when you have a bunch of, wizards, arachnids, Earth Cave tends to have more large packs of monsters than any other dungeon of the game. And so as a result, having the monsters run away, if you're playing randomizer and they might have, some really difficult ability, can make a difference. If the Earth Cave monsters don't have any spells or skills that are notable, then it doesn't matter. right, Wolf Lord, keep up with the stop spells. Oh yeah, the double dip in Earth Cave is very annoying. Luckily with Randomizer, you often don't need to go in there until you've got the rod already. That's usually like my big requirement, is that I will go to Earth Cave once I have the rod. And usually I'm in like the high teens, low 20s, so that the monsters are running and the fights are really trivial. And it's like, alright, now we've hit the right time to go in there and just tear through it. Probably more dangerous than the Wolf Lord. His lack of stop spell. Very concerning. Oh man. Alright. We're red, but that's okay. Wolf's down. Just try not to get any more fights on the way there. Have a nice long snooze at the Rimbledar Inn. Known for its fine comforts and luxury goods, as well as this old guy locked in the corner. Sadly, that chest is just junk. In the remakes, the locked door there is instead blocking off a dresser that has a seat upgrade. So there's actually a reason to go grab it. NES, not so much. NES just has a bunch of very low quality treasure chests. So you see that you can skip a good 90% of the boxes in the game overall and not have any concern about it. Ooh, actually useful, excellent move. Maybe our second monster that we've killed with an excellent move on the first turn. I guess 3 for the total. Maybe it'll be higher than that by the end of it. We'll just pretend like that round didn't happen. At least you don't have regenerating monsters in this game. Regeneration happened in later Dragon Warriors, especially 3, where you had to do a minimum amount of damage per round, or else you simply couldn't beat the bosses. 2 had a different strategy, just gave the bosses heal all. So they were just incredibly unfair. And then 4 kind of finally figured out how to have reasonable boss fights. Even 4, though, has some pretty nasty boss fights in a lot of circumstances, particularly like Chapter 5, where early on you don't have much of a team yet. Like the lighthouse, that's a terrible spot. Some people would say the very end with Necrosair, although I think if you're speedrunning, it's a very different experience than for casual play, where you probably have a good extra 10 levels on what the speedrun party is going to be like. Oh, wow. Alright. Getting some really good critical hits now. Hard to be unhappy with those. Fighter, Black Mage, Red Mage, Thief, you're probably fine. I would rather have a White Mage than a Black Mage, but it's not too bad of a group. It's going to be a question of, do you get revival spells at all? Because that's the big thing about the Red Mage. They're missing out on so many white magic spells that it's very possible for them to not get either Life or Life 2. Whereas on the black magic side, you have more than half the spells in the game. And there's so many more good black magic spells. Like if you just think about Fire 3, Ice 3, Lit 3, Nuke. And then you got Fast and Temper on top of it, and Warp. Like, there's probably 7 really good black magic spells. You maybe throw like a Brack or a Quake in there if they're low levels, but there's enough good ones that even if you miss half of them, you still have 2 or 3 that you can cast, and that's good enough to get through the game. White magic, on the other hand, there's just so far fewer spells that you want to have. You got Fade, Heal 3, Cure 3 and Cure 4, Exit, Wall? That might be it. Like, some people say that every once in a while a good Fog, too, comes in handy. I would agree with that. But I wouldn't consider on that same tier as, like, super valuable spells. They're, like, more like, if I can pick them up, they're decent. So if you don't get one of the life spells, then you might not get anything at all that's reasonable. And you also only have, like, a third of the spells instead of half. Speedrun Fighter Red Mage for the easy version, and Fighter Black Mage for the hard version. You really need the 2 fighters, because in the base game, you don't have enough levels to basically outspeed the bosses. And so you need to have both Masmune Excalibur at the end, or Sun Sword Defense Sword. It really depends on what part of the game you're talking about, but that second fighter is pretty critical. And so that's kind of like the big difference. I think in a randomizer it's less important because you have Temper. And this is true for the remakes as well. With Temper in place, having a single person attacking rather than 2 people attacking is so much better. You put all your buffs on one person with Tempers and Sabers. And you don't need that second person, other than like as a meat shield in the front. Hey, Box Type Beatnik, welcome in. You only missed a third of the overall game, but you missed 100% of the chest grind, and that's the most important grind to have attendance for. You'll have to do better next time. Hopefully, though, you enjoy tonight's stream here. We got some chill Dragon Warrior going on. And in about an hour or so, we're going to see if we get a reasonable Axe Knight or not. Axe Knight really is going to be the big determining factor for completing the run. Because that Axe Knight, Golem, Erdrick sword stretch is the highest bit of RNG until you get to the very end of the game. Well, maybe there's some at the very beginning of the game, but it's so early in that I'm willing to reset for it. Kind of shocked Wolflord's still alive there. Particularly robust Wolflords. Here at South Hermidars, where the first time in the game, really, you start getting a little bit less panicky in all the fights. Because you actually have enough of a hit point buffer that you're not usually worried about dying. Except for maybe on the walk back. You get no really awful fights here. The Goldman's a waste of time because you can't usefully use the money that he drops. And so you just run away from him unless you actually need cash. I'll be able to see if I need cash or not as I get closer. I'll typically look at what my money value is at level 12 to decide if I want to take any gold men at all. And normally if I'm taking gold men, it's only like 1 or 2 that I need to fix up my gold amount. Every other one we can skip. And there's no warlocks. That's important. No warlocks down here at all. These gold men now. 20% chance of gold, man. It feels like a little bit higher odds. We just got like 5 gold men out of 6 battles. Let's heal up and head back. Being a little bit less aggressive than normal because I didn't save one herb out of the previous stretch. Sometimes I'll have one herb left over, and I can use that as an emergency backup for pretty much any bit of the walking up until you're done with this bit of the grind. So up through level 13, you can have that as, here is a safety item in case anything goes wrong, and that's such a liberating thing to have because you can play everything more aggressive while you have those. And if you don't have them, then you have to be like, like maybe 15 extra hit points on the side everywhere. Make certain that you don't run into a nasty fight or two heading back through this zone. Alright, into Garenham, or Rimbledar again. Thinking ahead to my next Garenham trip here. We'll do that after we have Erdrick's armor. I usually do the Silver Harp in between the Axe Knight and the Golem. Mostly gives me another opportunity to adjust my gold if I need to. There's a very specific gold amount you need at Cantlin to be able to buy that silver shield. And while I try to plan to come as close as I can to it, if I'm like 100, 200 gold short, rather than taking extra fights down here before leaving after getting level 13. Because there's no way you're going to get level 14 before you fight the Axe Knight. So more grinding does not help. But post Axe Knight, I can kind of look at my my gold amount and take a couple fights on the way to Silver Harp if I have to. So better get ship and canal first. I do not like the canal. Like, ship plus canoe is the most common start. Canal is going to open up so many more areas of the game that you're going to have a harder chance fighting the floater by quite a bit. My favorite start, though, pretty much anything involving the key. Because then there's just so much craziness for where you can go around in the early game. Just like all kinds of chests sitting around. Don't really have to worry about money nearly as much. Just so good of a start compared to that little bit of poverty grind that you have at the start of many games. What about a Melmond start? I would not recommend those either. I think if you start in the town of Melmond, you should probably just reset and play a different game. Luckily, though, you should only start in Canaria. All the game modes have Canaria as the first town with some additional safeties, like you have to have a pure potion and a soft potion for sale there. Which, interestingly, very seriously decreases your chances of finding soft potions elsewhere, because they're actually not sold in that many spots. But the reason they do that is so that you can't be completely hosed at the start of the game. I really didn't want to fight this guy, but I'm doing it. Now he's dodging me. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Hey, Meowser Cat. Welcome in. I love this game as well. It's super fun. Alright, we got one Goldman kill in there. That should almost assuredly get me enough money that I'm not worried when we go at level 13 out of here. Oh, Melmond and Lufania at the beginning. You're probably getting the slab. If you search around in the chest somewhere. I get the feeling that slab is going to be your ticket out. Or it might be in one of the towns. Because you can actually, with the canal, access Melmond and Crescent Lake's default areas. So ship plus canal gives you access to 4 towns right off the bat instead of the normal 2. And I would suspect... Well, you also have Earth Cave. But between those 3 spots, the 2 other towns in Earth Cave, I would suspect that the slab is either for free, if you find Provoca or Crescent Lake, or it's for sale. Or it's an Earth Cave, then have fun. Let's keep these Wolf Lords coming. By far, the best fight that we're going to get here. Ooh, on-rack. Could find the Axial as well. Those are always scary starts. Super early on-rack and an Axial means that you might be doing a Sea Shrine dive at level 7 or 8. We'll have 2 more levels to go. 8 hit points there, 9 MP. Really big. Also pretty good for your base stats. 5 attack, 4 response speed. Again, translates only to 2 defense, so it's not as good as it sounds. Response speed directly is your agility score, and then also 1/2 of it is a bonus to your defense score on top of whatever armor you're wearing. Pie preferences between lemon meringue or strawberry shortcake. I'm definitely going for the lemon meringue. I think meringues, though, are harder to make. If you want to make a cake, strawberry shortcake definitely a lot simpler than a lemon meringue. Milkman actually improved. That's a tough statement to be wrong, because think about the odds of Milmon getting worse. It's like negative 17%, maybe lower. The strawberry shortcake of pie. It's definitely not a sandwich. It might be a pizza topping. I think if you've got strawberry shortcake and pineapple on your pizza, though, then you're making a mistake. What if Melon became Lufenia? At least it's not actively trying to steal your money. It may have no shops or services whatsoever, but your wallet is safe. $3,000. All right, 25 more experience to go. We'll do one more fight here, then head back up. Drop by my in trip here. Alright, well, whatever fights along the way, and that one more fight, and then we're heading up. Melmon chefs trying to expand their menus. If there's going to be one improvement to the food at the Melmon Inn, I would recommend taking most, if not all, of the menu entries that are made using bottles of poison off the menu there. That would help. Then probably they've got nothing left at the time. Here's our next Rimmaldar trip. We're trying to get through roughly 3 more in-trips, I think. Is that reasonable? No, I think it's more than that. I think we've got 5 in-trips left, if I remember the pacing through this. I mean, it sounds like a lot, but it really isn't, because you're getting a lot of experience along the way to those in-trips back and forth. The biggest thing about this stretch is just the sheer number of fights that you have back and forth going through there. I mean, it is the second biggest grind after all, after the Hawk's Nest grind at the end. The troll turned pink. That's probably a sign that it's done cooking. Gotta turn down the heat and put it on a simmer for a while now, until it gets nice and tender. I've actually really enjoyed the randomized palettes in Final Fantasy Randomizer, mostly because I don't know if they did something special for it, but a couple of months ago, they got much better color combinations. Like, initially there was a lot of really ugly ones, and then recently it feels the quality of the colors is significantly better than they were originally. $3,200 experience. $2,300 experience in 47 minutes. Seems like not as much time as I always think I have to get through these. But then we did pick up time on that last split. I know that I lost a whole bunch of time mysteriously on these splits at the Rivaldar section, so I'm not shocked at picking up time there. Maybe a little bit surprising how much of a pickup, given that it didn't feel like it was the greatest at Rivaldar grinds. But I lost like plus 5 minutes there when I was doing that run for the 6 hour and 38 second one. And the rest of the game after that went pretty good. I think there was there a death on Golem? I think there might have been a death on Golem and then everything else was first try. Might have been death on Axe. Might have been one death on Axe Knight and then everything else was first try. I remember that there was something in that stretch. But between Golem and Axe Knight, you know, that's not as big of a deal as having a death on Erdrick's sword. What kind of tragedy turned Crescent Lake into Melmond? It must have been horrific. I would suggest that Dan was involved, but I don't think even Dan could be that terrible. I think these goldmen can be very terrible. We're actually getting way more goldmen than average. Should be about 20%. It feels like they're getting super clumpy. Seeing that we've got long stretches without any goldmen at all. The clumpiness is causing me to have a pretty high overall number for him. Melmond, way worse than Hawksness. They both are trying to kill you, but Hawksness gives you free armor, and Melmond makes you pay. Hawksness also smells much nicer. Fresh daisy scent compared to the town of Melmond. Man. Just give me more Wolf Lords. More Wolf Lords. Non-stop Wolf Lords forever. The canoe to get to ordeals? Yes. Canoe required for ordeals. Does not require airship, though. The swamp pits and hawks that smell like on-rack sewage. Like I said, it is so fresh and comforting compared to this town of Melmont that it's amazing how good Hawksness smells. Alright, 3,400 experience. I guess we're farther in than I thought. Like, I know, just like the previous grind, it does accelerate your experience speed as you go through this. But we're like 1,500 versus 2,000 to go, so we're almost halfway through the grind stretch. 3,750 will be the halfway mark here, and we can probably do that before our... Well, it might be just after our intro, but we will be close at the end of this. I think the big thing is that once you get from level 10 to 11, you take way less damage per fight. Does the Wolflord have a mustache? I'm gonna have to look closely the next time we fight him. I know about the mountain fish. I know about the Mega Man Knights. I will check for the Wolflord mustache in our next opportunity here. But if he's got a mustache, then regular wolves have a mustache too. They are the same sprite with different color schemes. I can kind of see why you might say that they got a mustache. I don't really see it over the snout, but if you can't see their nose very distinctly, because they got a little, basically a black button nose style for how they look on that. If you can't see the nose, then I can imagine that you might mistake the rest of it for a mustache along there. Hey, Spicy Wiener, this is indeed a classic grinding experience. You've missed the chest grind, sadly, but you are still in time for half of the South Wimbledon grind, and of course, the entire Hawksness grind. Right, keep up those stop spells. This is why it's also so good to fight those things. You could replace the Warlocks in the previous zone with Wolflords, I'd be so happy. Just that one swap would be amazing. What an excellent move. Kind of a useful excellent move. Probably saved me around there. Not a completely useless excellent move as the typical ones are like. I don't think we had a single excellent dodge yet, which is extremely uncommon. Normally we get excellent dodges like 9 times out of 10. Did steal all of Crescent Lake's gold. Well, if Crescent Lake has had all their gold thrown into the lake, your best bet is to hope that Onrak is also there, so that you can dive down and get it. The Lake Shrine, one of my favorite shrine locations overall. It's not a blood shrine. It's not a mountain shrine, but a lake shrine seems like it would almost make a little bit of reasonable sense. $100 more to halfway. I feel like overall I've been fairly happy with how this grind has gone in general. I mean, I almost always love the South Wimbledon grind. So much better than North Wimbledon. I also love Mecha Jeff with the resubscription there. Mecha Jeff, thank you very much. I'm glad that you've been enjoying the show. Thanks again for all the support for over a year now. $60 to halfway. $40 to halfway. No, 23 to halfway. He's not worth that much. If he was worth more than 20 experience, I'd be happy. Wraith is one of those monsters because he's got the heal spell that could really drag out fights if he wants to. 6 more to go. Guess I'll trust this last heal potion on, or second to last heal spell on. Do have 4 more MP left. And we are at the halfway mark for the grind. I think we're actually on pretty good pace as well. I think we'll lose a little bit of time on the in trip here, but other than that, we have used up less than half of our allotted time on the grind, but just a little bit. Like a couple seconds faster than I need to be. And that's with the grind getting faster over time, as opposed to just being constant rate for this, as it does get a little bit nicer as you get levels 11 and 12 here. Does Canoe open up more towns? Not if you already have the canal. If you got the canal, you got all the towns you're going to get until you have the airship. Possibly use full X move? Yeah, I don't think we would have one-shot a wolf there without it. Alright, so we've had 3 excellent moves that actually killed a monster in the first round. That is definitely a solid performance on those. Go around, slip around that lady, and sadly, Riddler just doesn't have any good shopping. I'd love to be able to restock on herbs during this. You'd be out here so much longer with 5 herbs, or 6 herbs per trip out, because that's worth the same as 12 heal potions, so basically doubling the amount of healing I get at even level 11 here. Drastically reducing your in times. A lot of safety as well, being able to herb in fights, whereas heal spell in fights doesn't really do much. It's just like, you're buying yourself 1 extra round to maybe get away from some monster. But alas, not available in the original Dragon Warrior. Not until the remakes would they be well supplied with herbs, wings, and other comestible items. be putting me over 3,900 experience. 1,600 to go, and for money, we just basically hit 10k. So we need 4,800 more gold. 4,800 versus 1,600, that's about right. So you get roughly 3 to 1 gold to experience here. I did take one gold golem earlier. I might need to take another one when we actually get to see our true amounts, or I might be good enough with just the silver harp trip and doing the battles along the way while picking that thing up. And we'll see at level 12. We're coming up at level 12 here pretty soon. And that'll give me some good insight into how I'm doing on the money supply in general. I think Crow mostly was working on how do you actually practically manipulate the RNG, because before RNG manipulation for NES was known how to do the runs on it, there was already manipulation for the RNG, which is very similar in design for Super Famicom and Game Boy Color. And those are mostly used for the combat manipulations. So basically, those were taking advantage of the fact that you've got a turbo controller in Japanese. Be very precise for your inputs on entering the battle commands. And by doing that, you could manipulate the metal slime fights so that you would have a very, very high chance of beating a metal slime. It wasn't guaranteed because you had to get the right odd even value at the start, and then you have to either flip it or keep on it doing what it was before, but you took away the problem of having to get metal slimes to dodge. And you did the same thing with harp manipulation. So actually manipulating, getting the metal slime to show up with the silver harp. So like all of that was known already. And what was important to discover for the NES version and really make it possible to do the speed run was how do you get around the problem of basically the finding the right initial state. Dragon Warrior 2 was different because your character name would be used to get the initial state there, and so Dragon Warrior 2 RNG manipulation was just about basically a Taz finding the right character name. Dragon Warrior 3 also had manipulation for a really long time, using a very similar system, and that one was primarily used for the grind after using the Book of Satori to get Sage. So you need to get reasonable fights to grind at the start, and they would manipulate out the metal slimes to show up there. That is involving some state on the other files that you have. So that one was like a much tougher one to set up. But basically all these were kind of like known concepts. And so I think really the big contribution here was recognizing how do you find out that you're on the right seed. And then once you can do that, then it's about just mapping it out. And that was a lot of people that worked on mapping out the improvements for how do you break it up into reasonable sized segments, and then how do you make the segments last as long as possible so that you're not having to re-find where you are in the RNG cycle all the time. But it's still really cool. I love the research that goes into it, although I do not play the manipulation runs. Because there's really like no Dragon Warrior left in 1, 2, and 3 after manipulations are into those. So you either have to go like all out manipulations and then the runs just have no actual RPG value, or you go no manipulations and then the runs have tons and tons of RNG. And so you get some very difficult games to get completions on. attack this guy. I'm gonna kill him. I'll take the second gold man now. I don't think I need the second gold man looking at what my gold value was at the start of level 12. Because I accidentally took a swing at him. You might as well finish the fight rather than doing another gold man later. Or doing the Garen Grave monsters. Like that one gold man, probably worth as much as all the fights in Garen's Grave would be. Manipulate 7 Saga Stacker. You can manipulate the seeds, yeah. And that's the same technique as Dragon Warrior actually uses by watching the NPC movement to figure out what the values are. In battle for 7 Saga, I don't think there is a manipulation because it's going to matter based on the actions in combat that were taken. And so as a result, unless you could have the exact same stats going into the exact same fight on like the same frame and things like that, it would be impossible to find it. Like, you would really have to have some way of syncing it up again. That generally involves finding something you can observe. Like, it might be the amount of damage that you do or the patterns of the monster's attacks or things like that. But once you find the thing that you want to observe, having complete control over every frame of input after that. And that's difficult. Hey Adam, we're doing Shadowrun Bitwarden now. I think we're just going to do the one character class. Shadowrun has had a lot more RNG that I need to find ways to work around, so doing it with one character class is safer for the money route. Because the big thing for me was just finding ways that I wasn't dependent on having to do more than one hacking run over there. Each of those takes a couple of minutes to do, and that was too risky to do it with the other classes that get less money at the start. Alright, 2 more heals here. Getting some good progress out of this in trip down. We might be able to do it in 2 in trips left. I think it'll be tight though. Been worth for Dan to be a part of Shadowrun. Have you seen how quickly the main character dies? Joshua is perhaps the only person I know that is more flimsy than Dan. I've never seen a main character die as often as it does in Shadowrun. Like, sometimes he doesn't even get off the first screen of the game before dying. Dan will at least get out of Canaria Castle most of the time. A little bit less than 1,200 experience to go. Our money is looking like 3,500, so still actually a little bit better than 3-1 now. So yeah, we're in really good shape after taking that second gold golem out. I've got very little concern about not having enough cash now for the silver shield. Super Nintendo Shadowrun, that I can believe, might have some more Dan influence in that. Super Nintendo is also a really good game. I like the one really major glitch in the Super Nintendo version that basically cuts out all the grinding in probably about a good solid hour chunk in the middle. Both Shadowrun games, they just have very nice glitches in the sense that you still have a ton of gameplay. It's not like some games where you have glitches that basically eliminate all of the normal gameplay of the game. And so you just do the boring stuff, you do the glitch and then you can finish. The Shadowrun glitches tend to be eliminating things that are the boring parts, and you do all the fun stuff. And those are really satisfying to have in speedruns. Like in Dragon Warrior here, there's a glitch that lets me open up chests over and over again. That's the most fun part of Dragon Warrior, opening treasure chests up. So really good to have that type. Alright, looking at here, I need 1100 experience. Definitely gonna be at least one more in trip. Question is this gonna require 2? I do, at the end of this, need to be able to cast Return, so that is, what, like 8 MP left over. So I can't go all the way through my magic during this. I'll have 13 heals in this trip. I guess it'd be 11 heals in the next one, because I don't have a fraction large enough for that. So 24 total heals, plus another full refill from the inn itself. It'll be close. It'll be close. I think either way, we're doing decently on time. Basically, I have 22 minutes to get 1,000 experience. That seems very reasonable, with Wolf Lords especially being 20 experience a pop. Get a couple Wolf Lords, that's, a 60-70 experience point minute. If you get a couple gold golems, then it's not nearly as fun. Gonna say, why isn't the Wolf Lord casting stop spell on me? But dying is even better. I will take dying as an acceptable substitute for a stop spell there. Those Wolf Lord fights we get even more free after Erdrick's armor because of the stop spell resistance, but sadly by that point, once you're level 13, the Wolf Lord's really just not worth enough experience just to be bothering with. That inexorable rise of XP required per level just really makes it tough to keep grinding on any particular zone for too long. Like, really at most you have 3 levels per zone that you can reasonably pull out, and sometimes you can pull out 4 when you don't have a good transition point. But normally that is, you're coming into an area knowing that you're underpowered and having to skip some of the fights, and so that by the end of it, you're doing less skipping. And it's like having a half zone bump up in difficulty. $8.51 left to go. We got nothing but Wolf Lords, only 43 Wolf Lords. Can definitely get 43 in a row. And a 20% chance per fight. I see this being entirely possible, if not even probable, with the Dragon Warrior RNG. Our Wolf Lord streak's over. 3 is the best we could do. We were only 40 short. But 800 left to go now. Another actually useful, excellent move. I've been shocked at how well those have been doing today. Possibly our best ever day for excellent moves, I think. Alright, slow rate, but it's okay. It's okay. 750 to go. We got 7 more heals here. And it's still gonna be very tight to get 5,500 before I have to do 2 in trips. I think I might be so close that it's the difference on that return spell that gets me in the end. But if I can swing it, it'll be nice. 700 to go. So many ambushes, but at least there were flood ambushes. If there were non-Wolfwood ambushes, I'd be much more upset. 650 to go. Roughly 16 minutes before I start losing time on the split. I would still be ahead at 17 minutes, but it's better to be 16 or less here. So that's 40 XP per minute. So obviously these gold men are not going to be good for. Gotta get back on our Wolf Lord train here. Two Wolf Lords in a row. Scorpion. 600 XP to go. We'll get there. Do you fight a goldman? No, I fought 2 goldmen earlier, and so I should be fine on the silver shield money now. I am 1,600 away on the silver shield for cash, and I've got a little bit less than 600 experience to go, which is still roughly that 3-to-1 ratio that I'm looking for. And there's also a little bit of money in Garen's grave. I do have to buy herbs, so that might throw things a little bit off whack, but it looks like it's gonna be good. Hey there, Lavkin. Thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and hope you enjoy shiny new orb there as well. Upgrading to the 6-month one. Thanks again for the support. Sadly, when Twitch put in all of the additional subscriber badge targets, like now it's like every 3 months you could get a new badge in there. It doesn't really work with my orb concept. I was already going to have problems past year 3 going with those anyway. This become a vampire ball. That is year 3. Year 3 will be a vampire ball. Also, 500 more experience to go. Very much getting into the South Rimidar groove here. Both this stretch as well as the one at Hox's, you can really feel just kind of that super relaxation set in as you get into the grind. So nice after like the first, at least first hour and a half, probably closer to the first 2 hours, being super stressful for having like any encounter at any point, putting you into a world of hurt. And then you get this stretch here where like you get that level 11 especially, but I think even at level 10 at South Rimidar. Just get into that groove, and you just don't have to think again until really level 13 happens. Then you have to think really hard about everything bad that's about to take place. Two more heals in this one. I think I'm not worried anymore about being able to do this with one more in-trip. I definitely do need one more in-trip, because otherwise I have to be finishing this off, 400 experience with no magic at all to be able to return at the end of it. So I definitely need that in-trip for the return. But overall feeling pretty good about how this this pacing is going. That level 12 especially helps so much for making this area be basically, it's not infinitely sustainable. If you had Erdrick's armor, you could stay in this this zone forever, but without it, and you have to actually have a little bit of magic for healing every now and then, you can just get there for a moderately long amount of time. Continental breakfast at the Melmond Inn. I would be very shocked if they were able to get past all the lava and poison to deliver that breakfast on time. Also, 300 more experience to go. Oh, yes, another excellent move that's useful. Yeah, in Dragon Warrior 1, it is all about experience. Money is not really that critical of a factor. Like, you're obviously targeting for the silver shield here at this stretch, but money afterwards becomes useless, and even at this point, like, it happens to work out pretty well for getting the cash that you need without having to do a lot of extra work for it. Later games, that's not true. Like, money actually is a much more significant factor. Especially for games like 2, where having a little bit of extra cash can make a really big difference in terms of your survivability for the late game, getting those shields of strength. For I feel like there's a decent amount of interest in the money for it. Like, you'll definitely have some times where you have some benefits to having more cash, although it feels like you have basically your target amount pretty easily. And then 3 is kind of, I guess 3 is more like 2 in that sense, because in 3, definitely you have some stretches where there is some very significant problems if you run low on cash. When I consider the Axe Knight at 12 and the Grinding Hawks at 13, I don't think it actually saves you that much time overall. I think if I was to seriously consider doing more Dragon Warrior 1 NES, it would be level 18 Dragon Lord, is the big thing I would look for. And try to get like a 540 with that. Talking about Dragon Warrior 3 NES, yeah. 3 for the NES. Not manipulation, of course. With manipulation, there's like no battles at all for the entire game. I like the music in 2 more than in 3. I think I would agree with that. I think 4 has really good music. But between 2 and 3, I would definitely pick 2 over 3. And obviously, 2 and 3 are both much better than 1 is. 1 has okay music, but it's very limited in terms of the number of unique music tracks that you have. The manipulation run for 1 puts Dragon Lord to sleep, and then he never wakes up the entire fight. And you don't really fight anything else. Like, there's the Golem fight. Actually, no, there's not the Golem fight. There is the Metal Slime fight, sorry, in that area. As you're going over to the token. And you can pick up a couple Metal Slimes there for the levels. So you don't really do battles for the regular monsters. Getting closer. We should actually pick up a decent amount of time on this. Got my keys, so I'm good there. This has been evidently a really good South Rimildar. 61 experience away. Now I'm getting excited for this Axe Knight. Is it going to be a 23rd try Axe Knight? Or will we actually have a serious run here going? Hey, most niftiest. Yeah, the dungeon music changing every floor is kind of cool. Like, that was something that definitely is a neat little touch for the navigation through the... Especially Charlock at the end. You got so many different levels that you're going through. One more fight to go. Alright, level 13. This is the level that gives me a decent-ish chance at the Axe Knight, but definitely not guaranteed. So we're gonna go ahead. Get everybody nicely recovered here, and by everybody I mean the one guy that you got. Buy him some herbs. Stay at the inn, and then we're gonna save our game for the first time. We have actually not saved it all up until this point. Should be 6 herbs. Let's confirm. And we are good. Let's go ahead and take our rest at the Brecken area in here. And I actually had problems with Axe Knight MP being too low, so what I would do now is not cast the return here and actually just walk back to Tanagle. I really, though, want to return out from the king. Saving a bit of time on that return trip. Their trick to the fishing puzzle, just practice at it. Like, there are techniques that I use to figure out what the fastest moves are. So I go, basically get the first 2 rows in however you want. And then you are doing a little bit of a rotation for the bottom 2 rows to lock those in at the same time. And once you kind of see how it's done, you'll get a sense for, like, quickly picking that out. And really for the first 2 rows, I usually do like 1 through 4, get them all together, 5 through 8, don't care about what you're messing up below that, and then 9 through 15 as one big coordinated effort. It definitely does take practice. On NES also, because there's so much delay in your inputs, it's a little bit more frustrating to learn it on. The remix, because it's a lot snappier for like the cursor movement and the tile movement, is probably the more fun version to play a bunch. And then it's the same technique across those because it's the same puzzle, so you just have to get used to the slowdown a little bit. Hey there, Vague Planet, welcome in. We're gonna need some good luck here in a second. We are about to go into our Axe Knight fight now. Our super critical RNG sections. No point in doing these fights because you might not survive the Axe Knight anyway. Alright, don't die to Warlocks, don't die to Warlocks. Or Jerkbirds. Also good not to die into those. 70 hit points here, and let's go into the Axe Knight fight. Oh, we got ambushed. Alright, gotta run away and set up again. One more try at running. Well, at least gonna try again. It's obviously less than ideal. I'm not sure if I've got enough MP now. This is the problem of doing that warp out, but we'll do it. We'll try it. Tip number 2. Come on, stop spell. Now we need him to cast sleep a whole bunch. That is not sleep. That is not sleep. Here's the first one. Probably need about 2, maybe 3 more. That's a good one. Oh, that's a good one. Axe Knight's down. And that is Erdrick's armor there. We are heading back to town. I'm gonna go ahead and get Stones of Sunlight done now. I think in the Run and Compare Against I did Stones of Sunlight later, but let me do them now so I don't forget. We're not out of the RNG woods yet. We still have Golem, we still have the Charlock Sword Dive, so continue holding onto your butts for a while longer. restock our herbs here for the Golem trip. Should still be good with our cash afterwards as well. In here, as I used up a lot of magic on that. Normally I don't have to, but the Golem or not Golem ambush, the Axe Knight ambush sucked up like another 24 MP. Can I die in this dungeon? Unlikely. We're actually a respectable level for doing Garen's Grave right now, and you're not supposed to have Erdrick's armor at the time. So you should be good going through this. Instead, everything in here is going to be very droll. How do you find out about the grave? There is actually conversation about the resting place of Garen. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that you skip throughout the early parts of the game, just because obviously you know where stuff is. Right, we'll grab some Wolf Lord. Or you. We'll grab Earth Knight. Are there bugs in this game? There is the chest glitch, which we do at the early parts. That is the biggest glitch overall that the speedrun takes advantage of. It says about 45 minutes is what my normal estimate's like for what I tell people. But I would not be shocked if it is anywhere between 30 and 60. Alright, there is Silver Harp. So we are done with Garenham. Let's go ahead and in up for our trip to the Golem. I would maybe argue that you don't have to in here, but that is a little bit risky with the walk down there. So I'm going to play it safe. You do also want to save. Obviously, if something went wrong at this point for your money, that would be kind of devastating. That is definitely something that if you're playing things super optimized, you would not bother saving either for Axe Knight or for Golem. Axe Knight's like a maybe save, and Golem would be a no. I'm going to walk out. To the Golem we go. Alright, so this is super scary. A lot of difficult monsters along the way. Mostly once we get past the Hawksness areas where it's going to get rough and ugly. So hopefully we continue to have that good luck. Golem fight is also more difficult on NES than on the remakes because you're not guaranteed to have any reasonable pattern for the Golem sleeps. Like, you always get him to put to sleep, but he might wake up right away. And in GBC, you're fighting him at those low levels, it's very, very, very uncommon to outspeed the Golem. So you have like a very consistent order that if you get into the fight and you get him sleep the first time, then you're usually golden. Now they're back into the maybe dying stage. I don't want to take any of the fights along the way. I would definitely do it in the case of not bothering to save, because this would be a little bit more efficient for until you get to this point. Bonus experience for the grind coming up. Problem though, these monsters you really are supposed to have Erdrick's sword for. Don't be a giant jerk. There we go. Now this is definitely for GBC, but I think it also, to some extent, applies to NES as well. Hugging this side of the mountain range does give you lower encounters because of the way the zone lines are set up. So you get a little bit of a temporary reprieve on some of the fights. Oh, nice. Metal Slime. Ran away. Metal Slimes are actually not rare. 1 in 5 chance in that zone of having a Metal Slime encounter. Just very unlikely that you actually kill them. So I don't mind that they run quickly. Green dragon there. Breath is better than physical attack. We are into the golem fight here. Alright. Fairy Flute, go. Golem's asleep. Still asleep. Still asleep. Still asleep. Good Golem. Alright. Made it to Cantlin. My silver shield, don't have to worry about our money problems anymore. Let's go ahead and buy some fairy water. Scariest parts left are Erdrick's sword dive coming up here, and the end of the game with Charlock. Anything involving Charlock Castle is scary. Before I can go do that, though, I need to get the seal, which is south of Cantlin here. Sadly, you can't just walk south, you gotta walk all the way back around this stretch again. But at least now that we've gotten the silver shield, money is not a concern for the entire rest of the game. Still out. Ah, slept again. These sleeps are brutal. Alright, almost to the token. Should be one more step. Come on, werewolf. Come on, werewolf. Wait, one more. There we go. Alright. Still got all my herbs here, that's great. Let's head down to, actually I guess head up first to Staff Arraign. Yeah, sleep's really devastating in this game because you got one character. So anything that is a status element like sleep, paralysis, petrification, those are always incredibly brutal with small parties. Same problem that you have with Final Fantasy Mystic Quest is that the fact that you can be put to sleep with a 2-character party doesn't give you much more protection over a 1-character party, really. Hey, Mr. Fungballs. A button is going pretty good. This one has been a high-quality A-button action type of event here. But we still got some very challenging bits left to go. So right now I'm getting the Silver Harp traded in for the Staff of Rain. Then we're going to get the Rainbow Drop forged. And then we can go to Charlotte Castle for the Sword Dive. That's where we're going for all the marbles, to not die on that trip. Is this riskier? Not really. If I went for level 18 Dragon Lord, it'd be riskier. But I'm planning to do level 19 still here, assuming that we don't lose time on the rest of the game. The only way to PB is to get to a level 18 Dragon Lord, then I will go for it. Yeah, the way the token works is that you need to have the coordinates from the guy in Cantlin, and then you also have to have rescued the princess so that she gives you her love, that you can tell what your coordinates are relative to the castle, and then you just walk to the spot and do it. If you don't have those things, then you just have to know where it is. Down here, I think we just take the fights. I'll be losing some of my my fairy water time anyway on battles here that are probably not waterable. I probably shouldn't be doing these battles. Definitely can't use herbs. Don't really want to go to the Rimladar Inn on the way to Charlock here. But I can't help myself. Sometimes the foot experience is too good. These are the monsters I'm going to be fighting at the next zone anyway with the sword. So just slightly slower getting it for the walk here. There is a rainbow drop, so now we get into Charlock Castle. Just gotta walk over there now. I think I should probably actually use the fairy water, not the token. I do like how there's a unique message for it, but it does not help me in this situation. As long as I've got the water on, I'm just avoiding the mountains so that I get less slowdown across there. But no need to like stick to grassland or anything like that. If you out-level the monsters for the zone, then you are safe from their attacks while the water lasts. Yeah, it's about 20 minutes or so for level 18 by itself. And then just RNG, like, this run is on pace to be like a 550. So that's like 35 minutes slower than Ness's run, and then 20 minutes of that is just level 18. Here we go. Into Charlock. This is important. These wizards very scary because of the Hurtmores. That's what I don't want to see. Very hurtful, those Hurtmores are. It's been a while since we've done a Dragon Warrior run, so I gotta make sure I get my navigation through Charlock here correct. Oh, the attacks, these are bad. These are not good. These are really not good. Last try. And we're blocked. Ah, okay, don't press reset. I cannot press reset here. That's like 3 minutes lost. I probably shouldn't even return out for the MP. Didn't even get past the first floor. It was Green Dragon, which is normally not a super hard monster. That was a lot of run failures in a row. Nothing you can do about those. I guess we're going to toss on the water here. Could have used that water much more effectively later, but I'll grab it now so that I don't have as many encounters on the walk back. It's our first really bad thing in the run, which is pretty good for this stage to have your first bad thing happen now. Alright, made it to that stretch. Calories here are not going to be a big deal. You do get a bunch on this little desert here. Two ambushes in a row, this is really bad. Gonna drain my MP before I even get into the castle here by a bit. I mean, it's not terrible. Like, I've had worse. I've had times where I've been using like 3 or 4 heals before we started in. But not quite as good as the previous start. One more try. That again. Don't hit reset. Gotta remember to do that so that I don't lose my progress here, but now it's looking grim. I don't think I can still be sub 6 at level 19. We're not even at the hard monsters of Charlock yet. That's the scary part. So now we've lost about 8 minutes in total for the Charlock dive. No more fairy waters. I'm going to take the top path for more grass. It was such a promising run as well. If I can at least be close, then it's still worth continuing to play the game. Could have a chance at either getting a really good last bit, although the splits have a really, really good Hawksness section, or go for level 18, which is like a 25% chance of being able to beat it. Now, you don't actually see red dragons, but you do see axe knights. We've had problems with stone golems in the past, surprisingly. But it is mostly the warlocks I've found that are the, not the warlocks, but the upgraded version of those guys. That generally cause the most problems because of Hurtmores. Hurtmore does more damage per round than any other monster that we're fighting in there. I'm full sleep. He's mostly just wasting my time now, not any actual danger. But wasting a lot of it. Alright, at this point we're already looking to be down considerable magic at the start. Just getting really bad luck on the walk over here. If I can get a nice long stretch without encounters and get my HP back up with the armor, rather than having to use my MP there. Now we're in for try number 3. Here's our first Axe Knight as well. They're scary because of the sleeps. So just like we had back at the Hawksness fight. You get put to sleep by them, you've got a really big problem for this. Fire Breath better than physical attack by a bit. But our MP draining very rapidly right now. There's a longer stretch than you think getting through Charlock here, because in this version, after you start going up is a fairly lengthy stretch compared to the remake version. Bottom side here. This is where we start going up after this point. Still, though, very tough monsters throughout the next 2 or so floors. I mean, every floor is bad in Charlock. There's no good spots here, really. That's what makes it a big challenge at these levels. Even when you come back at level 18 or 19, it's still a pretty tough place. Come on. One more down. There we go. Alright. I lost 7 minutes on those deaths. Now we're going to try to get a fight or two here if we can get anybody to cooperate. It's unlikely, but we're going to give it a try. There's the sleep. Take one more hit. Ooh, we got him. I'll do that. I think it's probably faster to do our trip out. I would be able to probably take another fight, but rather than do that, let's get set up for the Hawksness grind. So at this pace, it is still worthwhile to do it at level 19, but these are really, really good grinds that I had. So I'm not certain I'm going to still be ahead of pace at the end of fighting Hawksness. This is what makes it very tough to decide. To go for 18 versus 19. I need to be, obviously, 38 seconds, maybe 39 seconds looking at the exact time faster. But I want to be sub 6 on level 19. And that means I can basically afford to lose only 1 minute over the rest of the run. Almost to Hawksness. Once I'm still under that grind there. The first level is by far the hardest for this grind getting started. And you're trying to get through it, saving enough resources that you're going to be able to do the whole trip without having to go back to an inn ever. So the grind section, yes, the biggest grind of the game here. We have roughly 2 hours that we're going to be grinding here at Hawksness. First little bit, I cannot fight the Shadow Knights, but after that, we'll be fighting everything in this zone. And then at level 18, I can fight inside the town as well. Which, if you're doing level 18 Dragon Lord, you obviously don't do that last stretch. And instead, you just go right back to Charlock. Presto. Currently planning to do level 19 if I can. These dodges are really not helping. Demon Knight, we're not fighting you yet. I said we're not fighting you yet, Demon Knight. You're just gonna have to be patient if he wants to fight. We'll do him later. Nice big one there. I think that's probably worth a heal. Gotta judge when to use my herbs here because we're gonna be gaining HP after healing, so I don't want to be wasting the HP steps. And so far, it's been working out pretty good because we've immediately gotten attacked again. Come on, Wraith Knight. 50-50 whether he heals in this situation. He's done 3 in a row. There we go. Now we got him. Getting roughly twice the experience they were getting before back at the South Remote Zone. So that's why it's so dramatic for getting the grind here started, which does require the armor and the sword and some unnecessary excellent moves to get you fueled up there once you're in the groove on this one. And that is pretty much going to happen at level 14 is where our need for healing goes way down. And like level 15 or so is where you like have no healing required whatsoever. as you're doing these fights. A new replacement for the Wolf Lord is the Knight. His stop spell there basically wasting turns, and a lovely thing to see. Gotta toss another herb. Got 3 herbs left. Even after that char, like, I still can't relax until I'm at level 14. Not worried about dying all the time. Maybe level 15 in this one instance, having to go 2 levels up. Because once you're at level 14, you're starting to add those Demon Knights into your mix. Then there's a concern that they're draining you even faster as well. But overall, a good selection of monsters, especially those Knights, the very attractive ones. Rogue Scorpion, he just does not give me enough XP to be super thrilled by him, but you'll take him. The worst monster for XP is the Wyvern. But he's pretty easy usually. Like, in terms of damage, he's going to be the first to really go below curve, where he's not a threat at all for a lot of attacks. Right now, though, he's still doing a decent amount. I got 2 herbs left. 2 herbs in all my magic. I need to save 8 MP at the end for the return. Wow. More unnecessary excellent moves. Alright, Wraith Knight big thing is the heal. Just like we had with the race in the South Rimidar section. I guess not really as prominent there, but these guys, especially as you get actually higher level, you really set off their AI script for the heal spells. They're below a certain amount of health. Then they will have a 50% chance of casting a heal. And then that loop, because they actually heal almost as much as you hit them for, can be really extended. Like, I've had, worst case, 10 heals in a row, which is supposedly 1 in 1,000. Although I feel like it happens more often than that, because I've had it happen, I believe, twice with 10 heals in a row. That's where you can really just chew up a ton of time with them prolonging those fights out. In the ambush. Alright, 40, I'll probably just have to herb again after this. That'll be my last herb. Each herb is worth roughly the equivalent of 8 MP. So it's twice as good as your plain healing spell. So now I gotta MP the rest of it. Again, we definitely don't want to go back to an inn, and preferably we want to have 8 MP left at the very, very end so I can return back rather than Death Warp back. Also, any MP that I have coming out of this stretch just really helps with the Huxness sections. I don't have to go back outside nearly as often. Do I heal at 37? I don't think I do. Maybe we push. Yeah, I probably heal. Only 9 HP back is not nearly enough between those fights. Yeah, actually, I actually got +6 on that. Rogue Scorpion being a pal. It's a lot easier to gain HP on battles over the damage you take once you get that level 14. Just noticeable benefits to your overall speed of doing the fights, and taking a little bit less damage as well. And your HP cap goes up. So, like, it's going to be streaky sometimes. We got these really big walks with lots of recovery, or like a bunch of fights in a row. And the higher your HP cap is, the better that you can average the HP across those scenarios. When you're still at low HP, like this is 70 at level 13 here, that's where you're going to hit the cap on the long walks, and you're going to be really dipping down on the back-to-back-to-backs. You better make a lot of popcorn, Sakatana. We have another 12,000 experience points to go still. It does get faster over time. Like, it will noticeably speed up after, I think, level 15. It's the first two that are the slowest. They're like 30 minutes, and then by the end of it, it's dropping down to about 20 minutes per level. 2 hours worth of popcorn. Do you have like a gigantic garbage bag full of popcorn? Just diving into it head first. Half an Agama, right? That is a lot of popcorn. You are probably set for a considerable period of time with that. See if Wyvern is nicer if we need to heal after this. And we've been pretty good about our healing. Like, we still have all the MP left, which is actually kind of unusual at this stage. Hey there, Day Sleeper X, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes. We needed those back at Charlock, but in another 2 hours or so, we may need them again. Just fighting the Mega Man Robot Masters now. We have 2 hours of Robot Masters, and then we're ready for the Dragon Lord, Part 2. Still want to fight Demonites. The problem with Demonites is they have a 25% chance of dodging. It doesn't sound like much, but it is higher than any other monster in the game. And right now I need 3 attacks to kill them. So you have a pretty high chance of a dodge popping in there, and then it's at least 4+ rounds where they can do like 80 total damage across that. Once I get enough strength to be able to take them down in 2 hits, then even though you still have that 25% dodge chance, now you're looking at alternating between like 2 and 3 attacks per fight, and you take a little bit less damage than the 20 that used to. Like, overall, it becomes at least doable. And they're worth more experience than other monsters here, so beyond just the fact that you are not skipping a fight, and so you're spending less time triggering encounters, you also get a reasonably decent amount for the fight. I'd still rather have Knights. Knights are by far the best choice here. Just say no to Demon Knight. Bring in those bananas. And that is never a healthy way to start an outing. We got a good roll on that. Attack been a little bit higher. We'd been able to skip his heal cycle. Actually got really lucky that when he dodged, he did not get a chance to heal in there. Can middle signs appear here? No. They have to be the zone to the south, and at 115 experience, they're not worth the high frequency in which they're going to run away. So you can get slightly worse other monsters there. So you have to deal with the other 4 slots as opposed to the ones here at South Foxness. And also, you divide up that 115 by whatever you think your killing frequency is like. And I would say 1 and 4 is pretty good. So you're probably averaging less than 30 experience points per Metal Slime fight. And these guys give 33. What an unnecessary excellent move. It's going to be my first heal required. Definitely not walking around at 20. Some more heals required. Alright, now this is going to start draining our MP. We were good for a while. Let's do 2 here, so I don't have to go back to the menu again. We were good for a bit, and then get a bit of a rush. We're still at 48, though. 48 MP at this stage is pretty good. I really want to see how much MP we have left at level 14, which is coming up pretty soon. And then the healing need really goes down at that point. Level 15 is where it actually gets to be pretty flat. 14, though, very much reduced from 13. I'm not sure if I've ever had the 8 MP for their turn left at the end. You can death warp off like the Axe Knight or something if you need to. Left. We're very close to 14 now, so that's the positive bit about it. Edging in on that nice statistical gain. Just crossed over 7,200 experience there. Down to 40 MP left. This has been a stretch where we're just getting a lot of fights really closely spaced together. And so I'm not getting much regen from the armor over this stretch. And probably soon we'll have like 50 steps in a row and I'll be wasting a bunch of regen at the end of that. Which again is that big problem of having a low maximum HP, is that you can't easily average across a large number of fights the damage you take per battle versus the recovery that you get in between each fight. By the time you're in like the 16-17 range, then you have just a gigantic tank to work with. 7,400. Yes, keep those stop spells coming. That's what we want to see in all the night battles, and with Erdrick's armor on, stop spells should never work. Believe it's a 100% chance of block. Almost everything in this game is like 1 out of 16 is your best case scenario for blocking, but I believe Erdrick's armor has a 100% chance of blocking a stop spell. Dodging Scorpion. There goes my chance to get some HP back on that. We are a night away from 7,500 here. You're like a knight, but you've lost your armor. Not sure if you're going to count. Seven away. And there's 7,500, so level 14. Big upgrade here. 8 power is big, 6 response speed, great, 8 HP, 6 MP all around. A very solid level. So that power is going to help me get fewer rounds required, although it does actually make the Wraith Knights more likely to cast their healing spell. 6 response speed turns into 3 defense, so a little bit less damage per attack, and that really helps out with the ability to soak up HP in between. And I think that's actually our first excellent dodge of the night. Usually you get to see like 15 of those in the early parts of the game. It's one of the rare games I can think of where monsters can actually dodge your critical hits. Again, these guys, now that we've got the additional power, it's more likely that we poke into their heal range. It's definitely prominent level 15. You'll start doing like 35 damage to them, and then one hit will almost always give them the coin flip to decide whether they want to heal or not. I was about to heal there, and I'm glad I didn't. Got a big long walk there. Actually, still could have benefited from rolling up to 56. And we have 70... I want to say 78 max HP now. I know it's 70 at level 13, because I see that number a lot. Yeah, 78, because it should be plus 8 for HP at 14. The really big gains have yet to happen. That'll be over the next 4 levels or so. I mean, after so long with just a lot of levels ups of like those 2, 3s, and 4s for your stats, this is where you get the real big gains. Just generally gigantic level ups overall, and then it'll taper off in the low 20s, should you happen to go that high, because basically they're saying like you should beat the game by now. They don't actually tell you that until level 30, and they say you should really beat the game now. But they kind of hint at it. Alright, 7,800. See how much I regret doing this? I mean, we're down to the point where it's 2 attacks. It is 37 versus 33 for the Knights. But we're not quite at a good spot yet for our HP, where I'm not worried about having to drop heals on, like, Actually having to drop heals on it because Rogue Scorpion decided to wait until the 3rd round for the critical hit. So now we're down to 36 MP overall. I mean, still really good. They're not going to let me take that fight. $7,900 experience. Slowly chipping away at this total. I mean, you really do have a lot of landmarks along the way. Splits for 19,000, which is level 18. So we have 4 level ups until then. But really, because the grind is the same grind the whole time, you're in the same zone, even if you're using slightly different strategies at different levels throughout here. That's what I decided to use for my splits, is basically the zone is what I want to split on. And some people have a split per level, where every single level up there is a split for that. And the reason I didn't end up doing that is just because what I found was the variability was just too much, where you're getting just plus or minus a minute or two all over the place. You know, if you got a bunch of good fights in a row, or you've got a long stretch, you had a bunch of gold mans or things. And so it wasn't helpful with the level by level breakdown. Also 8,000 experience there. 11k to go on the dot. Which is what? 330 knights to go and fight. Can definitely get that done. A mere warm-up for my sword arm. Guys, I'd probably take the knights over the race here. Just so you wouldn't have to deal with the heals. Also worth slightly more. $8,100 experience. Now, if I were to run low on MP for some reason, which is unlikely at this point, 36 MP, and we are squarely into level 14 now. Should be enough. But I could take a quick vacation to the easier zones around here. To the north, we have, you know, taken out a lot of these fights and getting back to just like River and Wolf Lord, things like that. Basically, South Rimildar Plus is to the north of this. That was the area also that it's around where we got the Stones of Sunlight in that part of the world. And that would give me enough breathing room that I'd almost certainly be gaining like +5 to +10 per fight. And so much more quickly get back into productive range. But I don't want to do that. I want to get as much as I can on the bleeding edge for experience per battle. And the same thing will happen once we have level 18 to go into Hoxton's itself, is that once you're inside, you really don't want to leave. You can go back outside to get the easier fights again, but not worth it overall if you can somehow stay in there. Which is definitely not going to happen if I go into the critical like this. Let's try it with one heal. Being really, really skimpy on the heals. Hoping that I get a long enough walk that I get a recharge there. We have still not been anywhere near our max HP for level 14 yet. We're 25 away right now. That walk just now was probably the biggest we've had in a while. especially at 15. You'll see it much more commonly that I'm gaining HP rather than losing it per battle. This is actually a pretty good stretch. Wraith Knight may be a slow fight with the heals, but they are very friendly overall. Rogue Scorpion, on the other hand, Rogue Scorpion's a jerk. Nobody wants to hang out with this guy. Ooh, and the ambush as well. Gotta run. I don't know if the heal was required, but I definitely didn't want to chance that fight. So that's 28 MP. We're almost hitting 8,500, so at that point, we're looking at like 45 nights or so. Let's say 55 total battles here to get to level 15. And then we shouldn't need heals at all at that point. So 28 MP, that's 5 heals until then. That's probably plenty. Hey there, Chubblekins, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. You're in the middle of the Hawksness grind. Actually, not even really in the middle. You're pretty close to the beginning still. We're only half an hour or so into this grind of the projected 2 hours. The longest grind of Dragon Warrior. Not of any Dragon Warrior. There's probably longer grinds in other games. I'm trying to think of specific examples. I think the Dragon Quest VIII Liquid Metal Slime grind goes over 2 hours. There's probably something in Dragon Quest VII that goes over 2 hours. Everything in that game takes forever. Hey, the Wimple. Yes, you are just in time for the longest grind. Not the best grind, though. Chest grind is the best grind. But I would maybe say this is in the top 3 grinds overall. South Rimbledar puts up some strong competition to South Hawksness, but they're definitely my 2-3. Name tag. Yeah, the fact that it is, like, actually a solid 2 hours of grinding is pretty impressive, even for classic era RPGs. You don't often have RPGs where you can do that, like, at a single spot. Like, you might spend, you know, a solid 2 hours grinding somewhere across a series of areas or doing a series of monsters, but to do it on one single zone is pretty outstanding, I would say. Got the heal there. Alright, 24. Just getting some unfortunate luck with the Demon Knights and their ambushes. If they hadn't ambushed me, those last 3 probably all would have gotten fought. What an unnecessary excellent move. These are the excellent moves that I know and love. The ones that come in like the 3rd or 4th round of the fight. $8,800 experience there. I think it's 10k for level 15. I know 16, 17, 18, 13k, 16k, and 19k. And I know that this one always trips me up for its amount. But it's 7,500 for 13. So I wouldn't see it going over 10k, because that's 2,500 experience. You got a bunch of 3k levels coming up. So I'm going to say 10k is what we're looking for here. Oh, the manipulator route. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. The manipulations that are possible in the first 3 Dragon Warriors. I am cautiously optimistic that Dragon Warrior 4 not going to get manipulation, but if it does, and I ever pick that game up, which is on my short list of games to replace this one after RPG Limit Break happens, then I would definitely stick with the non-manipulated Dragon Warrior 4. Hey there, Insult, welcome in. We will talk more about what our Saturday plans are once RPG Limit Break is done. So next week I'm off. Week after that, RPG Limit Break. Then we are back. First with some Final Fantasy action, and then thinking about that Saturday slot. Ooh, a 9K. 10,000 experience left. Almost halfway to this grind. Could do some more Power Shovel. There could be some Power Shovel. I won't say it's impossible. At 10 minutes, it's also a pretty short run. But it's been a long day since the Power Shovel era. My Power Shoveling days may be behind me at this point. Oh, Killing, thank you very much for gifting that sub there to Insult. Insult, hope you enjoy the emotes again, and Killrank, thanks again for the support. I think in terms of short games, I actually want to do a little bit more Shadowrun after Limit Break because I never got a chance to really grind out the non-marathon safe run. I had like 3 weeks to really work on the game intensively, and I had to do most of that offline. And then once it got into the marathon, and it's like, all right, now I'm going to do the marathon safe route. And that one's different enough that you really are going to be losing just so much time. There's just like no chance that you would ever beat the non-marathon save time with a marathon safe route. So that's potentially on the list for things I'm going to work on. Just do more Shadowrun there. We got a lot of people asking for the return of Lisha Dragoon and her very firm handshakes. But I think for the Saturday slot, I want something that is meaty enough that I can get some time sunk into it. Overswarm, thank you very much for the raid there. Hope those of you joining us from Overswarm's stream had a wonderful time. And are ready for some Dragon Warrior. You're just in time for like another 90 minutes of grinding here. We're at the early stages still of the Hawksness grind here. But basically, once we do this grind, it is time for the Dragon Lord at the end. We got all the rest of the main quest out of the way. Erdrick's sword, Erdrick's armor are mine. Got our rainbow drop and things like that, so it is just Dragon Lord from here on out. Oh, Demon Knight. Chrysalis Rando, nice. Hope you enjoyed that. Man, I was doing so good on health. And now I am down to like my last 2 heals. But we need 700 more experience, I think. I think it's 10k for level 15. So can we make it there on 2 heals? That's gonna be 1 heal. I'm definitely not gonna have the return. No return for me at Hawksness. So I'm going to 18, yes. 18 at this desert. And if you want to go to 19, you actually go inside the town or stay out here. It's slightly faster inside the town, but a bit riskier overall. Only level 18 to 19. So until you hit level 18, you're going to stay out here. $400. Alright, I can't take this. Can't take this, Demon Knight. There's my last heal as well. Well, hopefully we don't need any more healing. I mean, if I die at this point, like, I don't care about the money. That's not the big deal, but the walk back, that's like 3 minutes that I lose. At that point, no chance of P being at level 19. I would have to go for a level 18 Dragon Lord. Even still, with the time here, we'll see if I can manage to keep this pace up. It was a very good grind on the splits. Yeah, going to an inn is not worth it. You're spending a lot of minutes of non-productive time at the inn, and the difference between inside of Cantlin versus outside is only 3 minutes at level 18. At level 17, it's a little bit worse. Just the continuous experience points, I would like that chest. I would grind that chest for a solid 3 hours. It would be really nice if they just had the experience from the remakes, because that was much better tuned for the amount of time that you have to spend in any one area getting experience. It always feels like in the remakes, you're pretty quickly moving on to the next zone of the game. Like, even if you didn't have the golem giving you a bunch of levels or the dragon loop bug, you would be spending way less time in any one area grinding. Like, with the dragon loop bug, the entire GBC speedrun is less than this one split. Which again is pretty impressive. Alright, 9600. We're getting close, but our HP does not look good. I'll see it at the split, but I suspect if I'm getting trounced this hard by the monsters, then probably I'm getting more experience because the fights are tighter together. That's generally been the observation for a lot of the grinds, is that the more you struggle with the grind, surprisingly the times are better, because it means that you're walking around a lot less in between the fights. Alright, we're going critical. No heals left. 9,700. Oh, and Killing, thank you very much again for gifting that sub to Overswarm. Overswarm, hope you enjoy the emotes. And Killer, thank you for all the support. Temporarily out of the red, but it's not going to last long. No way to do the Demon Knight fights while I'm in this state. And the 2 hits. Alright. 9,800. Need 200 more experience points for this level up. I think I am going to be having to take a walk. 12 HP currently. HP. 143 experience to go. I mean, obviously it's not done just at the level up. It's just that level 15, the stat increases are really nice for further reducing the amount of HP that you are expected to take per battle here. It's just like a crazy encounter rate. I mean, again, that's really good for time. Until you die, and then it's not very good for time. We are 1 hit away. 1 hit from death, and 58 experience points from our level up. 32? That's one knight. One more knight would do it. You're not a knight. You do not count, Rogue Scorpion. You'd be very close, though. Could put me 4 experience short. 6 experience short. Not the dodge. I mean, this has been a better time than any other time we got the dodge in there. We did it! Level 15. I am shocked we made it through there. So, 8 more power, 8 more response speed, 8 hit points, and 1 MP. Good news is if you do die, you now have the repel spell. Helps a little bit with the walk. So, 8 strength. Further improves your chances of 2 rounding fights, although Wraith Knights further increases the chances of getting the heals off. 8 response speed, that's 4 defense. And 4 defense is now taking most of those fights that we previously had to have like 5 damage. And 8 HP is just a theoretical thing. Like, if we ever get over 50 hit points, I'll be able to go all the way to 86. Are the stat bots all the same? Yes. Stats are totally based on your name. Can't do Demon Knight fight still. Pass on him. And so the reason that we use the letter Z is because, well, there's 4 different combinations of strong and versus weak stats. We want to have strength and HP as our strong stats. And then there's a bonus between up to +3 for your starting stats. And so you obviously want to have strength, HP, and the +3 bonus. And there's 4 different one-letter names that all have that property. I like using capital Z. But you can choose other ones if you are so inclined. If you saw the same stat growth, then you were on the same strength HP strong one. So that'll tell you which of those 4 you had. The initial buffs, that's just, you're going to look at the absolute value and see at any particular level what you have relative to the benchmark value for it. So you might have had strength HP, but you might have been only +1 instead of +3, for example. And then you lose a little bit of time having a longer character name, since it does have to print your name out a lot. Look at how fast we recovered after level 15 there. We were basically crushed at 0 HP the last couple of minutes, and level 15 happened, and suddenly we're at 60 plus. Power and response speed there, both really critical. I mean, the power actually maybe less so because you were already at 14, 2 rounding a lot of fights, so it was just kind of like the uncommon. You got a bad roll, or the monster had higher for his starting HP than normal. But this pretty much guarantees you get 2 round fights now. And the response speed, that's where you get more of your savings, as like every single hit. Previously in like the 5 to 10 range, now doing like 2 to 6. And probably less dodges. Although I cannot confirm that. As your response speed goes up, you should be ambushed less often. Because you'll have a better matchup versus the monster's agility score. I'm very worried about my overall time on this split. Gotta be at least... I want to be at least a minute and a half ahead to have a reasonable chance of not failing to break 6 hours. I mean, it'd be nice to get a PB, but much nicer to be under 6 if it's close. Is there regeneration based on max HP? No, it's basically just a flat 1 HP per step. And with the magic armor, it's 1 HP per 2 steps. Even with a level 15 Demon Knight, still hit me pretty hard, but he's down from like 20 damage that he was doing earlier. Still, though, a very fearsome foe at these levels, and only barely more experience than the Blue Knight. Like, Blue Knight just so ideal of a monster right now. Don't have to worry about a lot of damage, don't have to worry about healing. Just like that ideal sweet spot. And he casts Stop Spell, which is even better. Yeah, you're probably getting about, I would say on average, like 6 to 8 hit points back between fights. And if you're taking less damage than that per battle, then you're going to be net positive. Sometimes you're going to have really long walks, you'll have like 30 steps in a row. Sometimes you'll have back-to-back fights, and so those are harder to kind of like net out, but I would guess the average on Desert like around 6 to 8. We're at a point where Wyverns we can one-shot. That should definitely be true at level 16. Most other monsters are 2 rounds, unless we miss or roll really low. So now you're looking at, alright, is the monster doing like less than 3 damage on average? If so, you're probably coming out net positive on the battles. If he's doing 4 damage, you're probably neutral. And if he's doing more than 4 damage, then you're probably negative over the course of the fight. At level 13, we're very negative. Level 14, we're mildly negative. I actually had a long stretch where I was flat at 14, and then the end, we just got crushed for a bit. Level 15 is the first level where you should be positive on the walk. Double dodge. There's so many scorpion dodges going on here. Damage rain on Erdrick Sword. So the way that Dragon Warrior works is that there is a formula based on your total attack score, which is going to be your weapon plus your strength score, and it's not a linear function. So below a critical value, it's basically all flat, doing zeros and ones. Then you have a lower critical value where it starts steeply increasing, and then you have a high critical value where it flattens out again. So what you kind of notice is that you basically can't hit a monster, and you rapidly go from doing like 2 damage up to doing like whatever your decent sized damage is for your current level. That's right now in like the 25-30 range. And then it flattens out again. And so if I got like 5 more levels, I'd still be doing 30 damage. Probably go up to like 35 or 40, but it would not dramatically increase compared to what it did before, or even in proportion to what my strength score was. $11K. Alright, 8K more for this grind. Been a mostly respectable grind so far. In terms of actual experience we got in here, it's been only 5,500 versus 8K, so less than half of the total true experience value. but half of our target at the very end, which is going to be 22k for level 19. Next level up should be 13. Should be 13, 16, 19 on these splits, if I remember correctly. $11.1k. It's always nice. The first time you have to do the decimal point in there instead of having the thousands directly. That's when you know you're getting the big time league levels. Actually got that 5th digit completely full of digits on your stat block. Oh, everything in this game maps to like 2-byte values, so it maxes out usually at 65k or 32k, depending on how they want to represent them. $1.2k. Probably around 12k. I'll do my first stretch. You really start feeling the run at this mark of it. Roughly 2/3 of the way through. We're a little bit past 2/3 because we have ideally a 5:55 for our time here. It's going to be very, very close though to like a 5:59 at the current pace. Hopefully we can keep that up. Alright, Tipo, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and see you in 2 weeks. $11.3k there. Still a little bit fussy. Again, 25% dodge rate, just nothing you can do about that. But you should be consistently 2-rounding them, and hopefully their damage has gone down enough that you're not overly net negative doing the fight. You really have to budget for 3 attacks from them instead of the 1 or 2 that you have from most other monsters. If I ever start one-shotting stuff, if I went back to easier zones, I'd be one-shotting things. In terms of this zone, like I think even at like level 20, which is beyond what I'm going to get in the speed run, I still wouldn't be one-shotting most of the things here, except for wyverns. These guys you can one-shot now. Knights would be really close. Like the Blue Knight as well as the Wraith Knight. If they roll low on their HP, you get into one-shot range. I don't think you get into one-shot range for the Demon Knights very easily. But you kind of start noticing it phasing in. Yes, so if you roll high in your attack score, and they rolled low on their starting HP, because they'll start between 75 and 100% of their maximum HP, then you could one-shot them much sooner. And that starting HP really is just a pure random chance for any given value. You can't see what their HP value is at the start. So you'll find out based on your roll. You know, did they roll low, did they roll high, as the fight progresses on. But we're talking about a lot of monsters in this region of the world with like an absolute low of 35 and a more typical like 45 to 50 for their HP values. $11.7K. Like 30 nights per 1,000 experience. We just got a 240 night streak. Man, we'd be in great shape. 3 on Night of Shame. We don't talk about the 3 on Night of Shame. Our Erdrick ancestors would be so disappointed they would take our gear away if they found out about that. But yeah, largely it's like, alright, you can roll like an 18 if you get unlucky. And then we've gotten a bunch of 18s in a row at the start of these fights. Or I could roll like a 33, and then, you know, have no problem two-shotting him, even if he had like super high HP. What's the risk between 3-round Knight or 3-round Tiamat 2? I mean, definitely Tiamat 2. Because the Knight is going to waste a lot of his turns with Stop Spell. Like, it's not even a threat fighting them now. The Knight's probably the best monster this entire grind. In terms of being easy, having Stop Spell, wasting turns, and then not doing too much damage to you, which is always a positive. Like, these Rogue Scorpions, for some reason, they start off like really heavy damage, and they're just very inconvenient. It takes a while for them to calm down. Demon Knight, like by 17, he'll calm down, but he's still doing double digits every once in a while. Oh yeah, here you don't even need 33s. Like, if you're hitting 30 twice in a row, you're gonna kill everything in this zone. Nothing here should have 60 HP even at the absolute max of their max. Nice, actually one-shot the Wraith there. That was rolling low for him. And really high for us. Alright, 12K. I'm taking a quick stretching break. What enemy has heal more? It's not here. It's the Jerkbirds. They're not going to be seen until we get towards Charlock. Standing up for this stretch here feels really good, but it's a bad microphone spot and a really bad TV angle for me. Let me see if I can get a better TV angle here. Like, I'm looking down so sharply on it. I can't even, like, read half the text on the screen. Do I hold the button presses or time them? So for fights, you want to hold the button down. It will fatigue your hand very quickly. Well, not very quickly, but after an hour, your hand's going to get tired. So you have to go rotate between fingers, like in grinds like this. I'll usually do like, 15 minutes with the thumb, 15 minutes with the pointer finger. Maybe go back and forth, maybe swap like a middle finger in there every now and then, but it doesn't ever like let off the A button really. For chess, you have to time it. Chess are all about the rhythm that you have. And that was a very inconvenient Demon Knight. Let's try and get our HP built back up again. With no healing left. I don't have any herbs, no magic. I'm really dependent on getting good stretches where I'm net positive on monsters. Because every once in a while you're going to have those bad fights. You just lose like 40 hit points on one battle. And coming back from that can take a while. Hey, welcome back, Nooster. Hope you had a good nap there. We might still be on pace for level 19 Dragon Lord. I think it's going to be really tight whether I can try level 19 or not. If I can't, we'll do level 18, which you get to see the ending 20 minutes sooner. But it might not end, is the downside. Do I have a silver shield? Yes. I get a silver shield, and I do that after getting pretty much all the tough stuff out of the way. So you have to get Erdrick's armor first, and that's the really hard part of this run. Although this time it happened to be the Erdrick's sword that cost me all the time. If it hadn't been for the 2 Erdrick's sword dive deaths, level 19 would be a shoo-in for sub 6. Instead, I gotta sweat it out. Demon Jerk is dodging again. 1 in 4 chance of these dodges. So you're going to see him every once in a while. Getting more than 1 dodge is pretty unlucky for a fight, because you need only 2 hits to kill him. That is your biggest net negative fight by far. And if he doesn't dodge this much, then he's still net positive in terms of HP regaining. $12.7K there. I'll probably keep standing to 13,000. Good 1,000 chunk of experience to stand through. Might do another one standing for like 16 to 17 or 17 to 18 at the end. Feels so good after sitting down for 5.5 hours. I think my favorite attention to detail for Dragon Warrior is you actually do have different animations walking left versus right. So they're not just flipping the sprite over like a lot of games do. You get to see sword on one side and shield on the other. And the shield is not there unless you actually have a shield. These are things that all got added in the NES version. The Famicom version, your character always is facing down. It's like those mostly PC-based designs that you see a lot in like the Ultima games. Can't think of a lot of other NES games that were like that. Commodore 64 also had a lot like that, where they did not have any actual animation to the sprites for different postures for directions. And that was because of limitations in how sprites worked on those platforms. Yeah, you also don't have a weapon unless you get one purchased. So if you're barehanded, it is apparent there. Nice. Level 16. 4 more power. That's not the big one. 6 response speed is nice. 6 HP. And then the really big one, 21 MP. Turn down the difficulty, Reg. Well, if you and the Agama can sleep at night, then I guess it's acceptable to play on your favorite difficulty level. I'm guessing if they have an achievement for it, and it's not requiring that you do a specific difficulty level, then probably they intend for you to do it on the easiest one. Less than 6k to go. We have got our grind going. At this point, we should be strictly net positive on any scenario they could think of. That 6 extra response speed, again, turns into 3 defense, and that mostly knocks everything except for the Demon Knights down to like less than 5 damage per hit. So you shouldn't have any negatives to those. The Demon Knight still can go over 5. Like, he's the one that's going to be a little bit more ornery for a while. But only a 1 in 5 chance of him showing up. And you've got a bigger max HP tank as well, so you're averaging over many more fights before you'd actually run out of HP in any of this. An unnecessary excellent move. I had missed those so much. $13.3k. Another unnecessary excellent move. At least it wasn't an excellent dodge, with the Demon Knight being on 1 in 4 of getting those. So you're not sure if that's true, because there's going to be some relationship between the dice rolls where you get an excellent move and the dice rolls where they would dodge. But there's the excellent dodge. Glad to know it can happen. Evidently, all my excellent moves happening right now. So 1 in 32 chance, but we went 50 minutes at the start of the run without a single excellent move. And then 3 in 2 fights there. I feel like it's way rarer than 1 in 32. But I don't know if it's because the clumpiness in some of these is pulling that average up or not. $13.5K. Alright, so we need 5,500 experience. We have 51 minutes to get that. Really, 49 minutes if I want to be far enough ahead of pace that I'm not worried about going over 6 hours. If we have a slightly slower Hawksness or Dragon Lord. That'll be interesting to see if that happens. Again, if we are not confident that level 19 is going to be sub 6 hours, I will probably go for level 18. At which point there is a 25% chance that we beat the Dragon Lord and a 75% chance that we are sad. Shocking to see our HP go down this hard in level 16 territory, but we're getting just back-to-back-to-back-to-back fights here. No chance to recover in between these. Stretch right there. 13.8k experience as well. A possibly useful, excellent move. Very appreciative. I think at this point we would only need, I think, 43 nights in a row? Is that true? Feels like on the low side. See, 3 nights is 100. 30 nights is 1,000, alright. 123 nights in a row to be done. I was like, 33 does not sound like the right amount. 123 sounds more reasonable. No, we have 5,000 to go. 150 nights to go. Definitely more reasonable. If we only get 150 nights in a row, then everything is great for our XP at the end. Good time, good XP. Probably no real danger of dying either with all the stop spells. So will this be the start of our 153 night streak? Or will we be disappointed? Disappointed in the excellent move. Okay at the night so far. Now it's standard 1. We got 1 for our streak. Better luck next time. 14k on the board once this Wraith Knight is done. Our next level up at 16,000, so 2k to go for level 17. That one really doesn't do much for us, although it gets us closer to being able to tangle with the Hawk's Nest monsters inside of town rather than outside. It's not until you have that 18 tacked on as well that you can really do inside effectively. $14.1k. Got less than 35 minutes left before the split becomes concerning. 5k. So that's 7 minutes per 1,000. Trying to figure out if this is a reasonable amount here or not. 7 minutes per 1,000. It's like 145 experience per minute. It's a little bit more than 5 fights. I guess on average you're getting close to 30. So let's say 5 fights per minute. So 12 seconds per battle. That is tight. That is tight. Hey, get in, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. We're in the middle of, well, we're towards the end now of our biggest grind of the game for Dragon Warrior. Getting up to level 18 here to make a call about whether we go for an 18 Dragon Lord or the safer level 19 Dragon Lord. I will only go for the safer one if I can still get sub 6 with level 19. But I think if I can PB with level 19, I'd probably do it, even if it was like 6 hours and 10 seconds. Just be slightly disappointing. There's 14.4k. I definitely feel with the Demon Knights that I am not getting enough XP per minute. Probably with the Wraith Knights as well if they do the heals. Those are worrisome for my targets here. Blue Knights definitely. I think the Wyverns are coming out pretty well, especially with the decent opportunities to one-shot them. So save a round overall in those fights. Rogue Scorpions are going to still be 2 rounds. Blue Knights should be 2 rounds. The occasional 3-round Blue Knight of shame. $14.5k there. What if you could actually get 2 attempts in at Dragon Lord for level 18? If you died really early in Charlock, you might be able to pull that off. Like actually getting 2 attempts in before the 20 minutes that you lose on the lack of the grind comes into play. If you actually get to the Dragon Lord and do the fight, then I think you only have 1 shot at it. Maybe not. 31 minutes on these splits. And then 21 minutes of that is the time to get from 18 to 19. So 10 minutes at level 19 for Dragon Lord. Probably 13 or 14 at level 18. You might actually get 2 cracks at it. I'm trying to figure out what the odds truly are. Like, if you have just 1 attempt at it, then yeah, only a 25% chance of finishing. If you have 2 attempts, that gets more interesting. Still a little bit below 50% chance of finishing, but it would make it a more intriguing opportunity at this point. Like, once you actually have sub 6 time, then you probably couldn't realistically do 2 attempts at level 18. You want to push below 4 or before 550. Then it pretty much has to be something better first try. Either in this case the Charlock Sword Dive or the Dragon Lord itself. Because these splits that I got for this run tonight, everything was first try except for Erdrick's Sword, 3rd try on that. So a very disappointing sword chip is what is making this conversation interesting about the level opportunities. We had even a 2nd try sword. This would have been an easy decision to do level 19 and get like a 555 or so with a 19, which is an exceptionally good time. With 2 deaths, though, 18 is much more in play. Pretty good again on our hit points, assuming that we don't have a bunch of dodges on these Rogue Scorpion and Demon Knight fights. Starting to get close to 15k. Just took the point where I need to be done in 28 minutes on this split, more or less. So still roughly the pace of 7 minutes per 1,000. So maybe we are roughly able to do it. It's going to depend a lot on this upcoming stretch. It should be very slightly faster at level 17 and 16. So if we are in the 7 to 8 minute range right now for this last 1,000, we might be in the 6:30 to 7 minute range afterwards. I don't think it's probably that dramatic. We're in like the 7 to 7:15 range. We're probably in the 6:45 to 7 once we get the level up. You have a chance of clawing some time back. $15K. Probably unnecessary excellent move. I mean, with the Wraith Knight, you never know with the healing they might do. That guy did not heal, so he was probably going to go down regardless of what I swung on that for. $15.1K. Hey there, Amcast, welcome in. And Mooglex, welcome in. We're chilling out to the end of this. Not sure yet if I can do Dragon Lord at 19 and still get a PB. It's going to be very, very close. And the alternative level 18 does mean that you get to see the end possibly 20 minutes sooner, but also a very high chance of a total failure. Alright, 15.2k. We'll call it 15.3. 15.3 minus 1. It's very close. Oh, and these dodges are not helping. Yeah, right now, I would say I am not on pace to get 7 minutes per 1,000. So we'll see what the exact value at the end is going to be for this time. And again, should be slightly faster at level 17, which we are very close to 16,000. Is level 17, although it's not going to be tremendously different. It's just a higher chance that you are going to have the 1 round shorter fights. There's nothing new that you couldn't 1 round before, but your probability is going up slightly. This stage you're not really having to heal at all, so there is no difference in your defense scores, really no real worry about your HP or what fights that you can take throughout this. So only that strength score noticeably making any changes to the speed of the levels. $15.5k, and that's basically a 4-minute time for the 500 experience there. So that's 8 minutes per 1,000. So we're losing a minute on this 1,000 here, compared to what I need to be to get an acceptable level 19 time, it looks like. Yeah, it's going to be very, very close. $15.6k. Nice, good one shot there. Those really help out. Like, just in terms of the length of time it takes to do those fights. Not only is it 1 round shorter, but the Wraith Knight with the healing can drag into the longest battle of any of the 5 here. $15.7k. That last 250 much better than before. Well, not much better, but that was on pace for a 740 1,000. Still not what I want to see. I want to see like 7 minutes flat. Shame. The 3-round Night of Shame. $15.8k. $15.9K. Alright, this will be my level 17 fight here. And level. Alright. So we are getting 7 response speed, 8 hit points, 5 MP, and we learn pretty useful spell. Getting that heal more there. We obviously can't use it now. But if we had MP, and we will have MP on the way to the Dragon Lord, that'll be a really big spell for the Dragon Lord fight. $28 minutes to level 18. Can we do it? We need 3,000 experience in 28 minutes. That's actually better than I thought. Alright. I was thinking I had to do 7-minute 1,000 blocks. That's like a 9-minute 1,000 block I could do. That's definitely doable with our current pace. We were doing like 8 minutes. I was really worried that was not fast enough. Maybe it is. Maybe we're on a good pace still. I am noticeably faster than my splits here. For that South Hawksness split, I can go for level 19 still. I had a really, really good inside Hawksness grind. And that's why I'm kind of worried about committing to going inside if we are close on the splits. Like, even a minute 10 could easily be lost there. But if we have like 3 minutes... then it's very intriguing. The ambush and the 3 rounds of shame. That is a very shameful night indeed. He is not helping our cause. $16.3K. He is indeed ruining my night. That's more the Demon Knight's job, actually. Blue Knight is pretty good. I rarely have objections to Blue Knights, especially in large groups. If you do enough Blue Knights, then you're probably happy. Demon Knights, on the other hand, they are there to be absolute ruiners. Hey there, Boppy Bidoo. Even if we do not go to Melmont, I will still be thrilled that you donate to the Melmont Relief Fund. Melmont. It is so in need of relief to even be as good as Hawksness is. Hawksness gives you free armor. Melmont just gives you free, well, pestilence. Free Dans! I wish I could get free Dans. I would load up. I'd have 8 Dans in my party if it let me. I mean, somebody's got to brush and pet all the Agamos that we're collecting. And it's definitely not going to be this Wraith Knight. Killer thank you very much again for the gift sub there. We hope you enjoy your emotes again, and Killer Ink, thank you very much for the support. Also 16.5 thousand. Maybe my slowest 500 in a while. Let's hopefully still stay on pace here for a bit longer. So we get more Blue Knights. And then everything will be better. $16.6K. That was an encounter stretch. 3 fights in 3 steps. None of them Blue Knights. But all of them delicious. 16.7K. Hey, Jackshot, why the huge grind? Because you basically have to have, first of all, level 18 for the heal more, and enough MP to even scratch the Dragon Lord. There's no way to recover your health in this game at all except for the heal more spell at effective enough rates to fight the Dragon Lord. And then the difference between 18 versus 19 is safety. 18's got about a 25% chance of victory, 19 about a 95% chance, assuming you get there. You could easily die along the way. There's really, really tough stretches in Charlotte Castle, which we've already had some really tough times on earlier tonight. Alright, Killer Ink, thank you very much. Once again, have a good evening, and see you in 2 weeks, or if you watch the Limit Break stream. Hope everybody can tune into that as well. May 8th in the morning is when Shadowrun's going to be. So I imagine for a lot of people is not a convenient time. $16.9K. This dodging. I was on pace for a 7-minute 1,000. Now I am not. Gotta get 2 more kills in. There we go, 17K. Yeah, everything else in the main storyline can be done at level 13. But the final boss is way, way more powerful than anything that you have to fight up to that point. There's not a lot of main storyline, really. That's the big thing about the game, is that it's basically 20 seconds of lore at the start of the game. There's some optional stuff you can do in the middle. Some required stuff you need to do in the middle, and then beat the Dragon Lord at the end. Oh, triple dodging. This is not a good Demon Knight at all. Oh boy. Okay, so now our HP is concerning. We gotta get that back up. These guys are not helping. These guys are really not helping. That's 15 damage on this fight. 17.1k though. Oh man. Shouldn't be able to hit me that hard anymore. Probably gonna be a net negative now. I have got more defense than I had at level 16. I'm getting hit harder. If I get kicked out here, I would definitely have to do level 18. No question about it. If I can somehow limp through this, then we can maybe still do level 19. That stop spell's gonna help. It's still a critical. This has been a reasonably good stretch. Another lovely stop spell there. 17.3k. Alright, with a 40 we got a pretty good chance of killing him even through the heal. Demon Knights. They are very misbehaving. That critical hit, though, really helps out. Basically the same damage I would normally have had from the fight. So negating the ambush by a bit. 17.4k. $17.5k. Another slow first 500. Our second 500 though was really good on the previous 1,000. See if we can do that again. Well, up until the very last bit, up to like the 950 mark. We had done a great job on that last 1,000 overall. And the wheels kind of came off at 950. $17,600. Sweating quite a lot that I haven't been able to roll HP positive on these fights for a while here. Still just hovering right around that 40 mark. But the XP's good. The XP per minute's been pretty good. Getting an encounter like every 3 steps now. Okay, 26 basically got wiped out by the heal. Ooh, we still got him. Must have rolled low on that. 17.7k. Those knights coming. At this point, really down to like 35 knights. A very approachable amount. Just 35 1 in 5 chances on a row. And we'll have the perfect set of enemies to close this out. I definitely think if you're gonna do any type of ambush, the stop spell from the bushes, near the top of master plans here. Probably gets a lot of adventurers that way. $17.9K. $17.95. This was the critical moment when we had a struggle in the last 1,000. Alright, not the best, but we got 18K. One more 1,000 to go. We were actually on pretty good pace here. This may have been a very good South Hawksness grind at the end of this. Gotta keep this pace up, though, for Hawksness itself. To still get sub 6 at level 19, but it's looking reasonably doable. Very relieved that I'll have a much higher opportunity at getting the Dragon Lord kill at the end. $18.1. Oh, this is a rough Wraith Knight. Alright. It's behind us now. Wraith Knight's behind us. $18.2K. Ridiculous how often you get ambushed in this game. Like, at this point, we are not underleveled, really, for Hawksness. It's about when you're expected to go in and get Erdrick's armor out. The fact that we're still getting ambushed, like, maybe like every 4 or 5 battles is insanity here. Another rough 500 looks like. The first 500 every level has been really bad. The second 500 has been going pretty good. I'm hopeful that we have that happen again. Just turn this around. And try to get like a 525 on the split here. I think we should get a 524. With how this is going, I'll take what I can get. Less than 20 regular knights to go. We're fighting axe knights would be a lot less, but that would also be incredibly dumb. Would not recommend fighting axe knights for experience. Unless you're way higher level and crazy. Definitely more than 18.4k experience you need for that. There's a 1 in 4 chance of these guys dodging, so that's not too shocking. But just very slightly disappointing. $18.5k. That was our worst 500 in quite some time here. Turn it around. Turn it around. I mean, it's still easily possible to get a 424 or 524 and some change at the end of the split, which would be thrillingly good. $18.6. I don't even know any more of these demon knights. I just don't know what they're doing. Perhaps more concerning is that my health is not trending up. And so we won't be able to go into Huxness immediately at level 18 if that continues. $18.7k. Mostly unnecessary critical hit. Losing HP, but getting the battle out with more heals happening. Those are the guys we can make that up on. 18.8k. We are going to have a big split here. That is going to be very nice to see. I'll probably have to stay out a little bit past the level before I feel safe going to town. Really depends on what I can get my HP up to in the next 5 fights or so. $18.9k. 2 fights to go. Doesn't matter what we get. Any 2 monsters will do it. One fight to go. It's not where I need the HP back. $19,000. 13 power, that's huge. 5 response speed, 15 hit points is huge, 7 magic, and we are going to go inside Hoxus here temporarily. We'll find out how long I can stay in before I get kicked out. Definitely get some noticeably better monsters here overall, but you're going to take a lot more damage. Some of the monsters, they're jerks. Actually, probably a slightly lower encounter rate overall, because I'm not on the highest encounter rate tile continuously going back and forth over here. So it does give me a little bit more opportunity to recover HP in between the fights. $19.2K. 22,000 is going to be the target here. That is level 19. At that point, we need a Death Warp out of here because I don't have any magic left. And go fight the Dragon Lord. Oh, the heal more. That's bad. Big time loss in these guys to get the heal mores off. Double heal more. Oh, man. He's at 100% of his max HP instead of 75 there. Once he gets that first heal more in. Rolling lows, those 25s are not helping. I need 30 pluses on both of these hits. Alright. Star River did not go well. Even for 43 experience, not really a good opportunity there. $19.3K. I think most of that Star Weapon were actually behind pace compared to where it would be just fighting outside. What if I just skip them? I don't think we can justify it. Problem is, if you skip them, then you're getting a much slower time. Maybe just run the heal mores. Like, not spend 3 rounds once that happens. But that's actually worse than a skip. Because like a 4-round investment on that. Ooh, 37. Ah, that heal more right away. Getting so unlucky on those fights. Also getting so unlucky on that. Hurt more is not what we want to see there. I might just bail and go outside. We are not getting a good Hoxness grind right now. I mean, I have to bail at this HP level. The question is, do I bother coming back inside? Now, it's gonna be a while before I can get inside anyway. So let's stay out here for at least until we get our HP back. And Bishop303, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and thanks again for the support. Yeah, got a slower 500 inside Hoxus than outside. That's sad. All because of those jerkbirds. And really, at this point, there's no feasible way to bail. I mean, you could give up at any stage and just say we're gonna go fight the Dragon Lord. But you're losing that 20-minute advantage that you would normally get at 18. And just having the deficit of 75% chance of failure on the fight itself. So we will persist. We'll keep going for this. 19.6k. We're actually getting some one-shots on these guys. That's actually really good. I might just stay out here. I know that overall, it'll be slower than my split inside. And evidently more dangerous. But I have to build up all the way to like 100 plus HP to be justifying going back inside anyway. And that's not going to realistically happen until we are well past 20,000 here. More power, and we still have a 3-round night of shame. That's a really shameful 3-round night of shame. 19.8k as well. These are the times where we absolutely have to get fast fights here so that we are net positive on our HP. And another 3-round night. At least a little bit better. $19.9k. The wacky thing is we're taking way more damage now, despite having our better defense by a substantial margin from the last couple levels. Kind of shocked that I still have the Hoxness, but I thought I'd delete that thing. It's supposed to be gone so I can do level 18 or 19 on the same set of splits. Alright, one less than 20,000. But definitely a very bad, very, very bad level there. Or very bad 1,000 block. I cannot go that slowly on these next two. And still PB. We gotta pick up the pace here. Well, I could PB, but I wouldn't be sub 6. I had a pretty darn good Hoxness grind in these splits, which is why I'm worried about them. Evidently, the South Hoxness could have been better, but the Hoxness itself was really good. The last time out, 20.1k. We're at 21k already. I'd be extremely thrilled. 20.2. Probably helpful critical hit. You can one-shot them at level 18, so might not have been required. Takes the guesswork out of it. Yeah, there's a one-shot right there. 20.3. .4. I have a really good sense about where I am at 20.5k. I think we may have picked up the pace enough on this 500 to be back on track. Like, just barely on the same pace as the previous set of splits. And that's really all I'm looking for. Like, if I can go into the Dragon Lord trip down there at -5, then I'll be very happy about my chances at sub 6. Is this really sub 6 pace? It is currently sub 6. At one point, it was on like a 5:45 pace. And then we got some super bad luck going into Charlock the first time. But we're continuing to pull it out. We got, yeah, probably 555 possibility still. It'd be a rough 555. Alright, gonna max out our HP again. I did better outside than inside, even though I know that on average, inside Hawksnest should be faster for the levels. These stretches where we get just 3 or 4 encounters in less than 10 steps where you really get the XP rolling in on these. And you're taking a little bit of a hit for every single fight you do outside here instead of inside, because it's like 40 to 50 experience on the inside fights, whereas these are like 28 to 33. But if they're happening faster, and you are doing the fights slightly faster, especially on those jerk birds, man, that jerk bird section really cost us inside Hawksnest, then you can get your advantage outside. I'm gonna get level 19 splits lower at sub 6. I don't think it'd be worth it. I mean, obviously, on 545 pace at level 19 was possible earlier today. But is it worth grinding out? Not really. I think you go for level 18 at that point. What are we doing level 17 when I play GBC again? I'll give you level 17 attempts on GBC all day long. $20.8k. 20.9K. Alright, if we are below 540 at this kill, which we're gonna be, then I think we're doing good on this grind still. Okay, now back 23. Glad you like the Dragon Warriors. It's a super fun series. I highly recommend them, although the first couple of games not holding up nearly as well as some of the other ones in the series. 4, I think, is the one that is the right sweet spot between the nostalgic style and then not completely on fire for the gameplay the whole time. And then 8 for people that don't care at all about the NES or the Super Nintendo games. 4 and 8 are really like the two cornerstones for my Dragon Warrior recommendations over the years. 2 is very rough. Like, that one is a thing. Both for casual play as well as for speedrunning. How is 7? 7 is very long. It's extremely easy to get lost for hours and do side quests not realizing you're not even advancing the storyline along. But it's really fun. I think that people that have enjoyed the other Dragon Warrior games probably should play 7. Which is more or less the same thing I tell people about 11, which is that if you played a Dragon Warrior before and you liked it, you'll probably like 11 as well. If you've never played a Dragon Warrior before, you might want to start with 8, see if you like it. Dragon Warrior Monsters 2. I've actually wanted to try the monster games for speedrunning. I've got a bunch of them for Japanese versions. I don't know how many I've got in English. But there's not like a lot of routing or notes for them already, so you'd have to spend a while kind of figuring out the team that you want, as well as a lot of the speedrun route for it. That is like a big investment to get started on it. $21.3. Less than 700 experience to go. Again, I think we're still on really good pace here for staying sub 6. But we can't have any deaths at Charlock. That is just the end of it if we don't make it to Dragon Lord in one go. I think for randomizers, 1 just does really well because it's so simplistic. So there's not a lot you need to learn to play Dragon Warrior 1 randomizer. It's very accessible. And the random mapping options is just awesome. Like, that is really what carries 1 randomizer for me, is the fact that you get to explore the maps and do your own cartography. And that is uncommon for most other randomizers to have that feature. $21.5. 493 experience left. Then we have to death warp out of here, which is going to cost me a little bit of time. Was not able to save 8 MP for the end. It wasn't even really close. Like, we were multiple times in very rough shape during this grind. Thinking I might have to take an express trip back to the king before we got done with it. But it looks like 21.6k, we are in sight for having this finished off. I'm gonna head in like maybe 21.8, 21.9. I want to cut it really close because of the jerk birds being very slow. They're good experience, but they are very slow fights when they get the heal mores off. .7. I'm losing time here. This is not as good as I thought. Oh, this Heal Knight. He is killing me. That's like a jerk bird type of move. So we'll be at like -4, which is still good. Like, that is a little bit of buffer for Dragon Lord being slower. It's a very good Charlock that I'm competing against. So I need to have at least a -2 to be really solid there. And I have 238 experience to go. $205. $177. Just helping me Death Warp better. Perfectly fine, Demon Knight. 140. Time is not as good as I thought. Okay. 112. We're going into Hawksness. We need basically 3 fights in here. Hey, Katsueki, welcome in. 72. 2 fights to go. And it's a jerk bird. Oh man, time's getting really tight now. $19. 1 more fight. Another jerk bird. Okay. We need him to not heal more here. Heal mores again. It is now very, very dire for the time. Heal mores a 3rd time. Guess the damage helps. There's the level up. We lost a lot of time there, though. I don't have a great way of wasting my time here. I think this is too slow. Gonna do it though. Why doesn't he stay asleep? The one time I need him to sleep. Alright. This hit'll do it. We get our trip back to the castle. Restock herbs. That should be number 6, where to confirm. A little bit of repel value here. It is time to go. Fight a Dragon Lord here. Can't really use any magic along the way. And so Charlock, very scary for the trip. Should have enough rappel steps to get through this stretch. Otherwise, you want to take the northern path around for less sand mountain and swamp. Oh yeah, actually gets all the way to the swamp cave. That's pretty nice. Didn't bonk on the right yet. Didn't bonk at the bottom yet. I think I'm at the row, but just didn't get the bonk. Alright. Over the Charlock Bridge. We have to do this in less than 10 minutes from now. Going for the sub 6, level 19 here. It's definitely doable, although, again, I have to get a good Charlock walk. Getting through this castle, it's tough. Getting through it without a lot of slowdown in the encounter is even harder. We are 6 levels higher than our last trip to Charlock, so a lot of the fights are less scary, but potentially just as bad. We get stuck in the fights for an extended period of time. One step away, and we are in the castle. It would not be tense if a lot of things, even one of a lot of things, had gone a little bit better. We had a really bad jerkbird stretch on Hawks, which is why I lost a bunch of time there. The 2 deaths on the descent down. Oh, I just realized I did not buy a torch, and so I'm going to sacrifice a heal more. That does, actually no, that doesn't sacrifice heal more. We still have enough to do it with at level 19. Temporarily panicking there, but I think this is okay. What I actually end up sacrificing is a potential extra regular heal. If I need to tuck in a little bit of HP prior to the Dragon Lord fight. It should be the top side. A lot of blue dragons here. And jerks as well. Just don't put me to sleep. It's weird being in the dark, hero, and then party dragon time. This is a guy you don't want to run fail on. You also don't want to hang out with these guys. Really, just everybody down here is bad. Final floor, there's the Dragon Lord over there. We are making our way to visit him. I hope he's grateful that we've taken all of our time up to very thoughtfully deliver some presents to him. Ambush Red Dragon. GBC, you'd love to get red dragons. NES, not as much. Alright, Dragon Lord 1. More does not help. Double herb more. I'm gonna try to spin some herbs here to get a better setup. Alright, stat spell, it's pretty good. Let's see if we can get Dragon Lord 2. Oh, we get ambushed. What a bad start. There's a 10. $21. $33. These are good rolls so far. $41. $49. The ambush did cost us an initial attack, which is concerning. $56. Getting dicey here. Need some more double digits. $64. Can't do any of these. These are like in the 30s for the range. Alright, there we go. That helped out. 46. That would be my best chance to go for it, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to see if my heal mores last long enough, or if he gives me 2 attacks in a row here, which would be great. Alright, that helped out a lot. I get a triple here. And a 13 on that, that's good. Got 1 more heal more left. I'm going to need them all. Gonna need them all here. Last heal more. Good rolls. That was a good start. Guaranteed survival here. This is my last attack. We get him. And pull into the king. Time is up when we respectfully decline his country. 558.01, there we go. Sub 6.